Jesus Christ. Do that. Good morning, good morning. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Thursday, September the 15th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me. Thank you, Xavier. You can hear me and see my screen. So, what's happening today? Well, that HKD is still alive. HKD is still alive. Up 24%, $46. If you weren't in the room yesterday, you missed all this action when it went from 60 all the way up to 286, pulled back, but it's still alive here. Very, very, very risky. NRBO. So these are the guys that did the reverse split a couple of days ago and had a tremendous day a couple of days ago. Got up to 64, had the big pullback yesterday, and now they've made a little bit of an announcement. License a global exclusive development, et cetera, et cetera. I wonder why they didn't do this when this was a 15-cent stock. But anyway, there you go. A little bit of an announcement for these guys. NRBO up 56% now. Keep an eye on this Lista, LSTA. I don't think there's any volume yet. Actually, there is pretty good volume, 200,000. So this is another reverse split today. I think it is a 1 for 15. I think it's a 1 for 15 reverse split. It started trading as LSTA today after a merger. I think it was can't remember now, CRBO. Let me grab my notes from yesterday. I have the symbol down. CLBS. So it was CLBS yesterday. CLBS completed a merger with a company. New company symbol now is LSTA, and they did a reverse split. So, keep an eye on it. You never know. ATXG, ATXG, ATXG is gapping up on no news that I can see. 20% though. Now, guys, I've got a bit of a different layout going here. I'm just trying to test this, and I'll explain why once the market opens. AFRM. Actually, let's talk about Rhythm first. RYTM. So I think they announced that we're going to do a financing yesterday, and now we know the financing price. And it is $26 a share, so it's above the financing price. So the market isn't punishing it too much. Well, it got punished after hours when it was announced, I guess, but it's still above the financing price, RYTM. The FRM is a gap down. Adobe, yeah. So Adobe, right, they did buy a private company called Figma. I wanted to say Figma, but also it's an earnings play, but probably it's being beaten down because of the $20 billion Figma deal. But I'm sure maybe the Q3 numbers had something to do with it also. And beat, the beat goes on. BEAT, beat. Now it's had the pullback. Not shortable for me. I was watching to see if this was shortable for me. It's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. So they announced some kind of they were granted a patent, ECG patch monitor for detection of heart attacks. Seems like a pretty big deal. IRNT, IRNT, big gap down on earnings. Wow, look at this. Just got clobbered here. Almost dropped 50%. IRNT on earnings. Following disastrous results. Co-CEO's departure, never a good thing. And somebody mentioned, I did read that in the in my little briefing that I get. Yeah, the Shell CEO. Oops. I didn't even realize they had dropped the Royal Dutch. Well, it still says Royal Dutch. I don't know why. I thought it said they dropped that name. Anyway, here's Shell. So the CEO has departed after 9 years. Yeah, I know you guys are talking about the rail strike. As I say, you guys are right. I mean, nothing is 100% until it's absolutely 100%. It looks to be averted. Tentative agreement. Ari, I don't see Ari. Or do I see Ari? Oh, there it is down here. Maybe it's moving up though. So it had a bit of a, so drop down to 1845, pop back up to 19. Don't see any specific news for it. Yeah, I don't see any specific news for Ari, ARRY. Why the drop? It's not an earnings play. So again, along with the HKD, keep an eye on the AMTD. It really has to, if it really wants to get going. I mean, it took, what did it get up to yesterday? It got up to 226. It really wants to get going to take out that 340 level if HKD really remains strong. So guys, I mean, I do have to laugh about this. I mean, 2 days ago or 3 days ago, NRBO was I think, what did they do? 1 for 50. So they were, I don't know, we'll say a 30-cent stock or so. All of a sudden they've got this news. you know, it's a miracle. They wouldn't release it when it was a 30-cent stock. But anyway, not that I'm jaded. But they're doing the right thing. I mean, the guys who are running the company, trying to promote, they're doing the right thing. Coming up with some news after they do the reverse split to kind of try to keep the interest rather than have a collapse. So just checking to see if anything else is sneaking in. I did see this Jasper, JSPR, Jasper Therapeutics. Did see it. I didn't like the volume yet. I mean, the volume, of course, could pick up, but the volume is kind of light right now, only 16,000. Um, okay, so they've got fast track designation. FDA gives them the fast track designation, but lots and lots of resistance, not that far away, in my opinion, for JSPR. Another one, not very much volume yet, but ATIF. It's probably a low float. Yeah, 6 million. Okay, well, you know what? It's another one of these China companies. Those China companies went kind of crazy yesterday. Some of them went kind of crazy yesterday, the low floaters. So there is ATIF. So the high of a few days ago, well, looks like about 3 or 4 weeks ago, was 276. And again, it's a low float situation. Probably no news. All right, so they do have some news. Limited President of Investment. Okay, whatever. So they do have a little bit of news for ATIF. Well, you know what? I mean, this ATXG, I mean, if HKD did it yesterday, who knows? Maybe this ATXG will have some kind of a, it's not a China stock. I don't think so. Oh, it is a China stock. Ooh, keep an eye on this ATXG, guys. You never know. You know, after what happened with HKD yesterday, this is another China stock. What you don't see, it says a high of 652 here. What you don't see, let's see if I can back it out enough on the 15-minute chart. Yeah, I could have sworn it got even higher in the pre-market or after hours or something like that. But anyway, keep an eye on the ATXG. You never know. If the traders, you know, all of a sudden say, okay, we've had enough of the HKD, let's look at another crazy one. This could be it today. It's up 21%. All right, let's take a look at what the analysts are talking about this morning in terms of upgrades and downgrades. Well, this is the first for a while. We have more upgrades and downgrades this morning, so let me get some of them in. Upgrade for Tesla. Upgrade for Netflix. A few more upgrades to go. All right, there is the upgrade list that I got from briefing.com this morning. I want to take a look at GTLS. It's an upgrade by Goldman. Let's take a look if it's doing anything. GTLS. Yeah, a little bit. Not very much volume yet. Pretty expensive stock. Upgrade by Goldman. And now for the downgrades. Few more to go. Okay, there is my upgrade, my downgrade list from briefing.com this morning. See, Power, PWR, was downgraded by Goldman. What it's trading at right now. A little reaction, not a huge reaction. Boy, Steelcase. I haven't seen Steelcase for a long time. A downgrade. Haven't seen this one being active at all. Steelcase. Okay. So the market is basically flat. The SPY is down a little bit this morning, but basically flat. I didn't even realize. So we did finish mildly positive yesterday. Well, that must be the reason for CLF also popping a little bit here. I did see X up here. So they release on the 27th, so in a couple of weeks. So as Zach is pointing out, they're doing a preliminary kind of conditioning the market right now to what might happen, what's going to happen. October 27th when they release. So that's kind of dragging CLF up a little bit also. Okay. Okay, so what are you saying, Shady? It's not starting at 9:30? I mean, that's exactly what I do. My race will start at 9:30, auto. Or actually, I have to check this now. Auto start at time. This is a new one I put in here. So do we have auto start at time checked? So you say you do. So what is your question really then? All right, guys. Oh, this is a buyout, by the way, guys. The STOR has been taken private. So that's why I didn't mention it. STOR being taken private. All right, let's take a look at the sectors before the market opens. Oh, maybe that's it, Omni. You see, I shut everything down. I close trade ideas down every night. I shut my computer off. I shut trade ideas off every night. So maybe that's it. I never thought about that. All right, so I clicked on new from our channel bar and then dock channel bar and clicking on show more and sector status. Let's see what the sectors are doing this morning. So again, well, the market's starting to drop a little bit more. So we're not going to see too much green, though we do see one, the consumer staples. But look at energy. So first of all, what you're seeing here, this, excuse me, these are the major sectors. So XLE is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 95% in red, what that means is that 95% of the energy stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close. That's what that means. So when we look around here, There's nothing other than energy. There's nothing that is as we start anyway. So that's, of course, this might look very different once the market opens. Half an hour from now, we might have a change. Maybe energy stocks will recover a bit. But anyway, that's a glimpse at what it looks like right now. Well, if I launch a stock race from here, this is my default. Okay, this is my default. So every time if I have a new top list window and I want to launch a race from it, actually that's not right. That should be the, oh yeah, yeah, change from the open. This is my default. So it's always going to show up like that. Save as default. So it's gonna rerun. It's going to auto start at the time. I know I filled in these numbers. So when you say if you launch a new race, then of course you have to make it look like this with auto start at time, the time you want. This is when I want it to end, so I don't end it at 4 o'clock. All times Eastern, of course. And as Omni said, I guess it matters if you don't shut down trade ideas, then I guess it won't work. But it's always, I mean, we always hammer home the point: shut down trade ideas, overnight, lunch, and then open it in the morning. Okay, Shady. Long as so when you launch a race, if it looks something like this, I mean, it doesn't have to be exactly, what mind is based on. See, that's not right. I wonder why that. Okay. Ari continues down, guys. And somebody said they took a little bounce on it, but Ari continues down. So this is so it's a solar play. I don't know. What's Tan doing? Is the whole market moving down? Tan is a little bit soft. Let's take a look at first solar. I don't know if it's just a reaction to solar in general. I mean, solar stocks are a little bit weak, but ARI is, certainly the weakest. So I don't know if there's anything specific happening with ARI. So are we good, Shady? Did that make sense? So when you launch a new race, just make sure. I mean, obviously you can base it on whatever you want, but this is the key. There's your start time, auto started time, your stop time. But as Omni said, I didn't realize it, but as Omni said, that's because I mean, ever since I've had trade ideas, I just have a basic practice of shutting my computer off every night. So I know some of you probably leave your system on. You should never leave trade ideas on overnight though, because there's all sorts of stuff happening with our servers overnight, data upgrades, etc. And sometimes that really can screw it up. So you just good practice just to shut trade ideas off, and in the morning open it up. Now you're going to see why I've changed my layout a little bit. And one of the reasons I've done this, now I don't think you guys have this option yet. I don't know if you remember, I was talking about how I was looking at a race from something in our channel bar and how smoothly the stocks were moving up and down. Okay. And that is because I don't think, again, you have this option yet. It'll be upcoming, but use browser interface. I don't think you guys have this yet. Okay. When you right click. And that's what, however, when doing that, the font was pretty big. And so I've had to get these my races a little bit bigger. So this is just, I'm just experimenting right now. How do you clear it? You have to click on a symbol, okay? No easy way. You have to click on, typically when you want to clear your list, it's because you want to clear certain stocks, not necessarily the entire list, right? So, so for instance, here's my like symbol list, okay? Now, unfortunately, I was a little late this morning. Typically what I do is I go through it one by one, okay? And if I don't like the symbol anymore, being in my like list, I just click on the heart, uncheck it. So, it's just toggle on and off, and that will clear it from the list. But there's no mass. Not like in other symbol lists where you can just kind of go mass on mass, get rid of it, everything. But that in theory is not what you should do, I think. Because the whole idea of having something liked is because you probably like the chart. And so you should probably one by one figure out, do I still want it or not? Well, it's an option, Ron. That's what I'm saying. I don't think you guys have that option. If you right click on the race, this hasn't started yet. If I right click on the race, and then there's an option that says use browser interface. I don't think you have that option. Yes, that's what I mean. And you'll see what I mean. You'll see exactly what I mean once the race begins. How it's more smooth. But again, I don't think you guys have that option yet in the build. This is upcoming. So beat is now through the 200-day moving average, also a little bit above the 200-day moving average. I wish this were shortable. Well, that I don't know. It's two different things, Ron. Okay, but it's coming. I don't know when. I don't know when. You're talking about using the web-based version. I can't tell you when, but obviously it's getting closer. The fact that we can, I have that option, but that option is within the downloadable application. All right, guys. Excuse me. Sorry about that. We have 1 minute to the open, so I'm going to shut this down and wait for my races to start. I may have to do some juggling here. You'll see exactly what I mean once they start. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Exciting yesterday with the HKD and some of the other China stocks, low flow China stocks. And as I say, keep an eye on the APXG. You never know. Yeah, so the SPY's putting a little bit of a red bar to start. All right, now let's see what happens here. I want to see races are starting. Now you see how that's, come on. So we're gonna have to see if this is, what's going on here. Well, this is why I'm the guinea pig, guys. Look, because this is obviously this is supposed to be this one over here is supposed to look like this in terms of the number of stocks. Hmm. No, 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 no. I remember now. I remember even yesterday we weren't getting anything from this because there were no stocks that were gapping up at all or above like meeting my filter requirements. That's right. That's right. So this is actually working. But if you can kind of see how it's a lot smoother the way these stocks move up and down, okay? It's a lot smoother instead of that kind of herky jerky motion. So there's the ATXG. There's the NRBO. But you will have your choice. See, the problem I got is that the font size, I'm sure there must be a way to maybe control the font size, but this is the other way. Okay, you just have to see how it's not quite as smooth, not quite as smooth. Anyway, I will be testing it today. There's the NRBO. All traders are looking at right now is a couple of days ago, it got up to about $64. So the high, it tried to get above yesterday's high, but it did not quite make it. 29.67 was the high yesterday. It got up to got up to 29.88. I'm going to stick an alert around 30 and see if it takes out that 30, which would be the high of the body of that candle of a couple of days ago, and see if it takes it out. So CHPT on the move here, guys. I know many of you are following a CFVI. Bit of a drop, not huge, but a bit of a drop for CFVI. So supposedly they're going to be voting today on whether they do the merge with Rumble. Oh wow, look at the Magle guys. So the Magle really remember yesterday it was kind of tracking what HKD was doing, and then all of a sudden from 7:35 it just collapsed. Here's these two big giant red candles. All right, beat is over now. The pre-market high, 219 pre-market high. Let's take a look to see where it could stall, where the next highs are. So the next high for this one is way up here at two, well, not way up here, but 239. So it's at 217 right now. That was back in April for beat. And it's a low float, 3.7 million in the float. Okay, that's that other China stock, guys. I keep saying, keep an eye on this ATXG in case traders decide, yeah, we're going to pile into this one. 6 million shares have traded already. 24 million in the float. I saw Nordstrom's. I think Nordstrom's had an upgrade. JWN had an upgrade. Hey guys, ATXG. You know what? Okay, I mean, I'm just okay. I can't tell you to buy it, but there goes. I mean, I just yes, I'm in it. Yes, I'm in it. Yes, I'm in it. That little six break was crucial for me. And I think it's going to be halted. I think we got a halt coming here. Yeah, we got a halt now. Okay, so that's on the ATXG. We got a halt. And I'm not too concerned. First halt generally is okay. I wish it would knock off that 666. Because look at HKD now, guys. It's almost at 300. Well, yeah. Sometimes I make an exception, Carl. Yes. Sometimes I make an exception. The minute it started to move, I mean, I've got I only have about four stocks now that sorry, just I'm sorry, that I thumbnail. Now, of course, changes all day long, but I had this HKD and I had the ATXG. The minute I saw this happening, I thought, okay, and it's sort of mirroring it. All right, Dave W., are you in the YouTube room by any chance? Well, here's the other one, guys. Oh, now this is on the way down. Okay, LSTA. So this is the merger, changed the symbol name, and did a reverse split. Oof, look at CPRX. CPRX. CPRX is getting hit here, guys. Is it an earnings play? Not an earnings play. Don't see any specific news for it. Okay, so the market had that pretty big gap down, but now a bit of a recovery. That's that opening 15-minute candle right here. You know, guys, Fetch has a little bit of room here, FTCH. If you are looking at a daily chart, you can see that the next high looking left is about 12.19. If it can take that out, then the next high is almost up at 13. So there is some room for Fetch here, FTCH. Whoa, Nelly. Look at HKD. Look at HKD now. And for those of you who are fans of old college football, you'll know exactly what whoa Nelly means. Okay, let's take a look at the ATXG. So this should open in about 10 seconds if it's going to be a 5-minute halt for ATXG. And there it goes. Okay, guys, I've taken some off. Just watching the way it's trading. I do want to hold on to some in case it has that wild, wild move. See if we can get over 7. Should back this out just to see where the next high is. 624, 449, 471. Yeah, I think their next high is 980, I think. Keith Jackson, there you go, PJ. I knew you'd know. All I'm doing, guys, is watching this action here for HKD and seeing if, I'm not saying ATXG is going to get to 346. Just watching to see if it can keep dragging it up, though. Two China stocks. Just seeing, watching it trade around 7. Now we have another another one in our YouTube room. Knew my why I said whoa Nelly. All right, guys. Well, did I know this was going to happen? No, but you just have to understand. Well, in my opinion, anyways, just sort of understand the psychology of traders. I mean, there's no reason why this is going up. Okay, there's no news, no specific news. It's just that traders are looking at this HKD, and then they saw what ATXG did a few days ago, getting up to that 600 level. It was actually higher. I can't remember. I think it actually got up close to 1,000, or maybe even over 1,000. That would have been either after hours or pre-market one of those days. And just to see, okay, will it drag it up? And it's just because they're China stocks, low float China stocks. Now, where it goes from here, I have no idea. So HKD, I guess, is salted again. Now LSTA, so they did the reverse split. So far, not a great reaction. So JZ, another China stock, guys. Keep an eye on JZ. It went crazy towards the end of the day yesterday, also. Okay, another China stock, low float. So we're kind of back into that. Call it the sector. Call it the low float China mania for a while, anyway. All traders are looking at now. What could be the next one? So there's JZ. Seems crazy to say it like that, but there it is, JZ. I'll say the Canadian ways, JZ. Okay, guys, I'm out of most of the ATXG, a couple of big topping tails now. I'm out of most of it. I'm holding just a little piece in case it really does the crazy thing. The next high looking left, what did I say it was? 980. So I'm just going to hold a little bit in case it goes really crazy. Now look at DraftKings, guys. DKNG. So this has got some room, I think. Yeah, well, look at this. 2069 is the next high looking left. DraftKings. Don't know if there's any specific news. Disney CEO says ESPN fans want frictionless sports betting experience. Says Disney will need a partner because the company will never be a book. Okay. So I don't know. Is maybe they're thinking DraftKings will be their partner, or are they already a partner? I don't know. But anyway, that's the news headline I saw with DKNG. Okay, so what I'm going to do with the ATXG is just put an alert over 7 to see if it takes out 7 again, 713. So Rhythm is now starting to get close to the share or the financing price of $26, RYTM, getting closer to the financing price. Whoa, look at the market, guys. Wow, big pop here on the market. Everything's going mildly positive now. We had the big sell-off at the very, well, not a huge sell-off, but a sell-off at the beginning. But then that first 15-minute candle went green. And now look at this. Look at this green candle here. No idea what HKD does. Well, I shouldn't say that. I guess I could take a look. Something to do with finance. Hmm. One moment, please. Sorry about that, guys. I had to put myself on mute just for a second. Yeah, it's not so much I want to. Yeah, you're right about the HKD. Insanely crazy, whippy, and all that. I'm just looking at the cheaper ones that maybe get dragged up by it. That's all. There's believe me, they're still not safe or anything like that. But I mean, they're not going to have $30 drops, $100 drops. Pete W, that is correct. You cannot make any changes at all to the strategies that are in Market Explorer. Okay. Okay, I've got a mistake here, so let me just do something here. Maybe I don't. All right, guys, I think just as I was put myself on mute, I was talking about fetch, okay, FTCH. So this would be a key area here. 1215 to take out. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to connect to the simulator. That'll get that buy button going. And I am going to put a buy right there. Okay. And that's in the simulator. So I have a buy order to buy fetch. If it takes out well, that's 1211 right there. So actually that's the high, but at 1216 to clear that high and see if it can get close to this 1290 area. Well, I definitely missed the boat on the Megal. I mean, the MEGL is really ripping and look at HKD again. You have to kind of understand what's going on. There is sort of a bit of a tie-in with HKD in that I think this is like a financial China stock. Look at the market. Wow. Yeah, Pete, it would be nice. You just can't do it. Not anytime soon anyway. So you want to take that up with that's just support at trade-ideas.com. Okay, and you can make that suggestion. I mean, you're not the only one, of course. The whole idea of the Market Explorer is, especially for new people, is new people, they don't want to get involved in, well, what filter should I use? What value should I use? And all that sort of stuff. So what Michael is trying to do is create a very canned, but decent, with decent filters in place. Obviously a minimum volume. You're not going to see things that are trading 10,000 shares. So things like that. So he's trying to create something that is, yes, it's a canned approach. The symbols which appear on the charts are linked to car race or top list. Okay, the symbols that appear on the chart are linked to any symbol that I click on. Okay, so I have a couple of other scans on my other monitors. Okay, so for instance, if I click on IBRX, the symbol will change. So it's not that they're specifically linked to when I click on a symbol in a race. Yes, it does change, but the race has always started from a top list. But you don't have to have the top list open, if that makes sense. A race has always started from a top list that you can create. These races are from a couple of top lists that I have created. Okay, but of course you can create your own race based on the top list settings that you want. So for instance, if I open the top list for this one, this is what it's looking for. So if there's any stock between 1 and 50, 200,000 shares minimum volume, and up at least 2% from yesterday's close, if there's any stock that is moving fast, it'll appear here, okay? But you, of course, can have your own top list and launch the race. You create your own top list and then you launch the race. I'm going to go into this in more detail in about 15 minutes or so, because I'm sharing these two races. So again, what you're seeing here is if any stock, again, 200,000 shares minimum, between $1 and $50, up at least 2% from the close, any stock that is moving the most will show up at the top of the leaderboard. So what that means, what that 3% means is that I'm running 4-minute races, okay? So we have another minute and 20, 28, 27 seconds for this race to complete. We don't know who's going to win because as you can see, some stock some stock could come out of nowhere and get to the top of the leaderboard, all right? But right now, what that 2.7% means is that since the race started, this has moved 3.8% now. You can see it's constantly changing. And that's the IBRX. And what happened is you can see that it pulled back to 710, but it is moving now again. So it doesn't mean that IBRX is at the high of the day or anything like that. Well, the only thing that triggers it if you click on an alert, okay? I mean, you call this an alert, okay? Or a symbol. If you click on a symbol, the symbols will appear in the chart if you have them linked, okay? In the chart, there's really only two options. If I right click on a chart and click on properties, there is an option that says symbol linking. So I have it checked here. So on these two charts, they're checked. So every time I click on any symbol, anywhere, doesn't matter whether it's from within a race or a top list window that you might have, or an alert window that you might have. If I click on a symbol, charts, the symbol is going to appear in these two charts. Not here in the SPY because I have it unchecked because of course I want to check, I want to see the SPY all day long. So it's just a matter every time I click on a symbol, whether it's again from a race, from an alert window, anywhere, it'll show up in these two charts right here. Okay, clear? Chandru, clear? Well, okay, these, you can have it like this, but you can only shrink it down to a certain size. Okay, that's about it. Okay, that's about it. Because it has to have room to create the top list or the watch list. So that's about the smallest you can go. This is the old way. Now, I've already asked that question because this is, you guys don't have access to this though, I don't think. When I say this option that says use browser interface here, there's nothing to do with the web-based version, okay? But though this is a precursor to what it'll look like in the web-based version. But you can see how, how this is way smoother than this. You can see how it kind of jerks, is herky jerky. I mean, it's not bad. Don't get me wrong, it's not bad. It's usable. But this is now more smooth. But the font is too big as far as I'm concerned. Okay. But this is the smallest you can shrink in the old way. I'm sure there's got to be a way to get the font smaller. I understand. I'm using this for the first time. Now, on the other hand, of course, the big push is just to get you guys to use the races, and that's it, as opposed to, a bunch of different alert windows, etc. So consequently, it really won't matter how big this is. You can make it giant so you really see the symbols, because you're not going to have a lot of other alert windows going or top list windows going. Your setup could look just like this, and that's all you might need. Well, now look at SHPH. I guess that's it. Look at it now. Well, now again, are you talking about this font, China? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you guys do have this option of to use the browser interface. Or are you talking about when you're looking at a race in a channel? So when you say the font is too large in the race, are you referring to this? Because you can still have this. I mean, I could do this. See, now it'll shrink. And I could close this window down. But I don't, oh shoot, I shouldn't have done that. Now I think I might Okay, no, I don't lose everything. I mean, I actually don't mind it that much. You know, this giant font. I mean, for me, because I'm not really having anything else going on. I see what I'm going to have to do though. I'm going to shrink this one down just a little bit because I'm going to, when we get double digits over here, I wouldn't be able to see them in this list that's automatically created now. Well, again, Shady, it's a work in progress. Okay, they're not. This is not. They're not saying, okay, great, now it's done. But on the other hand, the company is really trying to push the use of the races, and that's it. Get people to really concentrate on using the races. So it won't really matter because typically the reason why people will look at this and go, "What's too big?" is because they got too much other things going on. But that's my opinion. It was a trade of the week, but it may have got stopped out on Tuesday. I mean, it's right at the trigger again. I think 235 was the trigger, and it actually did trigger on Monday, and it got up to what 239. But then on Tuesday, now the stop, I can't remember what it was. The rising was the 20 SMA rising or the 10 SMA. I know I didn't have it on my. So I don't know if it actually got stopped out on Tuesday. All right, guys, AMC on the move here. The next high looking left is 10. Okay, 1075. That's far enough. That's quite a bit away. And so after that pretty big pullback, wow, look at this. I mean, pretty choppy action for CFVI. But yes, it is now, that's a big pop from 1338, but it is very choppy. Yeah, it is approved now. When will it start to trade? Does it say when it'll actually start to trade under a new symbol? I'm sure they're going to try to make it tomorrow or certainly next week. I thought there was probably a zero chance that it would not be approved. But again, guys, this is a classic, maybe, you buy the rumor, sell the news. So, you guys, again, I still have a little bit of that ATXG left. I just in case, that's a just in caser. Okay. Keep an eye on ZY. Let's see, where are you out of? So ZY is now over 3. Where's the 200 day? The 200 day is at 339. So it's, it's got a little bit of room for, on a percentage basis for ZY to get to that 200 day. Of course, if it can crack through that, then 376 is up here. So ZY, I don't think I've seen ZY that much in the past. Though what a run it had. $1.15 up to 435, almost straight up. Just had this little jog here, but almost straight up before it really sold off on that day, which was August the 11th. Boy, IBRX, what a move. I mean, this is another one, not China though. All right, guys, I'm going to do my little spiel right now, and we're really I'm gonna dive into the races and explain what it's all about. So first of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format, Monday to Friday, between 8 o'clock and 3:30 p.m. Eastern time, of course. So guys, with all your comments about the the sizing of the races and all that, send it all to support@tradeideas.com. Okay, I'll put the link in. It when we get enough people, I mean, they sit up and take note. I mean, it's not that they don't want to do things. Don't get me wrong. It's not that they say, "Well, this is it," but I can talk to them. But coming from customers, way more important. Okay. And what happens is, we get the similar ones. They all get into a folder, and they can see how many comments come in about that. So do it. All right, there is my homepage link. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. So you want to take out a subscription right now. Here's a promo code you can use, Barry for Alpha 15, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, you'll see we have 4 plans: annual, monthly for premium and standard. The big difference between premium and standard is the AI. Do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. You can start off with a monthly, okay? 118 for standard, 228 for premium. And by the way, our standard product is great. I mean, AI, I know there are people who use it. I don't particularly use it because it doesn't meet my trading plan typically, but I know there are people who use it. So that is part of the premium service. Our standard service is just fine, has the races. So that would be 118 and the premium is 228. You can apply that 15% discount to the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. But at any time, if you do want to take out an annual, we will honor the 15%. So that's why I'm saying, make sure you want the program before you take out an annual. You have to look at the terms and conditions of refunds on the annual. If you do take out a subscription, do the Let's Get Started, mandatory. It covers your download and installation, your first startup and login, etc. Okay, do that first. I do a stock of the day video. It's free. You can sign up for it right here. The trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. The education section is here. Click on that user guide. And all I would concentrate on at the beginning, you should have done the getting started, but here it is again. You should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is. And you should know about the stock racing. Okay. Lots of information right here. I think there are about 3 or 4 videos, a lot of text explaining what the stock racing is all about. Here's that getting started again. Daily support. Today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez in our YouTube room. What happens at noon, between noon and 1, I do take a break. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room between 12 and 1. And today is Thursday, so it should be Steve Gomez. I will verify that. He is the originator of the trades of the week. And Chris, as always, Monday to Friday in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, because I shut the main room down at 3:30, and then you can always head over to YouTube and listen to Chris for another hour. And the daily webinar. So next week we're on the Tuesday, Thursday cycle. This week we were on the Monday, Wednesday. You can sign up for them all right here. And back to basics, okay? Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together, a great little series. If you're new to trading or looking for a refresher, this is a great series. Starts off with what is a stock, introduction to charts, candlesticks, etc. And it's all free. And last, my scan. So if you want my scan, so if you want those races that you see, these 2 races here, there they are. I have other scans here, but those are the 2 that I concentrate on. So if you want, all you have to do is save my link then you can look at the education and my scans anytime you want. So just save my link. Boy, we're having a choppy day in the SPY, guys. Real choppy day to start. Okay, guys, that's it for me in the ATXG. Okay, and we're getting, I know I mentioned it. Sell the buy the rumor, sell the news. So look at CFEI now. I don't know what's going to happen from here on, but that was a classic. Buy the rumor, sell the news. It's a cliche, but it's amazing how many times that happens. Give me one moment, please. Okay, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. We're not a screener. We have a screening component. I want to explain what the difference between a scanner and a screener is. Now you can use Trade Ideas, doesn't matter where you live in the world, and doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you that I am sharing some scans. So this is what I mean by what is a scanner and what is a screener. We have a lot of other scans and layouts that you have access to. If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on docked channel bar, okay, and if I click on the momentum channel, these are all theme-based channels. Okay, so this is an alert window, and here's another race based on low float winners. Okay, you want that race? Go ahead. All you have to do is right click and duplicate into free floating window so that you don't have to stay on the channel all day long. And once it's outside, now it's outside. Now you can save it to the cloud. Okay, and why am I saying that? Because you can start taking different scans from the different layouts that we have created, save them to the cloud, then you can bring them back, but I don't, one by one, and create a layout based on scans that we've created for you. But I just want to caution you, don't have too many. You get overwhelmed by all the information. That's why I'm saying, maybe just concentrate on one or two races and that's it. Get rid of this. Okay, so here is this momentum scan, okay? If I right click, configure, and then I click on summary, this is what a screener would do. Okay, so I'm looking for stocks between 1 and 50. Current volume is at least 3. In other words, it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day. 100,000 shares minimum. Volume in the last minute. This is the key. These are the two key filters. Volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, 5 minutes, 400% of normal, etc. So this is kind of the screening aspect. The scanning aspect is okay. If I can screen for these stocks, then tell me when a stock makes a new high for the day. Okay, that's a real-time alert. That's a big difference between a screener and a scanner. The scanner will give you the real-time data coming at you. Yeah, you can screen for stocks like this. This would be like our old like a top list. You can show you stocks, but it's not going to show you really what's happening. But you can, of course, you can have different alerts. Most of the alerts that I use are when I do have an alert window. I want to see stocks making new highs or new lows for the day, but we have a lot of different alerts. Don't get hung up on how many we have. Okay, you don't have to learn them all. If I keep scrolling down, you're going to see these are the filter icons. You don't have to learn them all. Why we have it like this is because when the company started in 2003, they felt that most people would probably not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So what they tried to do was create enough alerts and filters that they for the majority of our customers, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. So don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. So the same thing, if you liked this, now I'm sharing this one on my homepage, okay? But if you like this one, again, all you have to do is right click and duplicate into a free floating window. Basically what you're doing is you're taking it out of the layout. So now, and it pops up on my other monitor, and now it's free floating. And then you right click, you save or share to cloud, save it into the cloud. And that's a way in which you can kind of extract different scans that we've created, different races that we created, save them to the cloud, and then you can bring them back from the cloud, file, load from cloud. And if you had saved it, you would have seen them right at the top. You highlight, load, do file load from cloud again, highlight, load. And that's a way in which you can create your own layout without actually knowing, having to create any scan or race from scratch. Okay. So let me go a little more detail, but remember, the guide has got a lot of information about the racing. Wow, look at rhythm. Holy smokes, this was a great short. I didn't do it, but once it took out that 26 price financing price, look at this. ROITM. Look at this market. This is a schizo market right now, guys. It'll pop up and then that giant red candle wiping out basically 45 minutes. Whew. So races are based on a top list, okay? You can create your own top list with your own parameters, with your own filters, okay? In this top list, this race is based on this top list right here. And so if I right click configure, you'll see exactly what it's looking for. And so if a stock is between $1 and $50 and the minimum volume is 200,000 shares and it's up at least 2% from the previous close, then it'll find the stocks that are moving the most with these parameters, these filter settings, okay? Now, in the past, what a top list was used for was you could sort on any column header that you have. So for instance, if I wanted to see the stocks that were up the most from the close, I would double left click on the column header, the change from close, and that's going to show me the stocks that are up the most from the close. I can do the same thing, change from the open. What are the stocks that have changed the most from the open? Here's FFIE, 17.9%. So again, that's all well and good. Nice to see, but how do you use it to trade? Because how do you really know in this list what is really moving? Unless you start staring at numbers and see if they're changing. Boy, this market is just staring at the numbers to see if they're changing at all, which would be crazy, of course. Plus, the other thing is a huge list. A lot of stocks will meet those filter requirements. Something could be buried way down here, and it's only at 7.4 FOSL. It's 7.4%. Change from the close. But what if all of a sudden, for whatever reason, it really starts to move? Okay, it's at 8%. Now it's at 10%. Now it's at 15% for whatever reason. Maybe some news came in. Maybe some, traders got a hold of it. You'd never know that. Okay, so that is the beauty of the races. You'll never miss a stock that is moving relative to the other ones. You'll never miss them because the stock that is really moving will start to move up on the what I call the leaderboard, and you'll see it right at the top. Okay. So right now, I run 4-minute races. Now, again, why four? Why not three? Why not five? No real reason. I just chose four. Okay. It's up to you if you want to have a 3-minute race or a 5-minute race or a 10-minute race. That is entirely up to you. I chose 4 minutes. So what happens is, so what you see here, this is a countdown. So this race has another, say, a minute and 15 seconds. Right now, see it, well, again, you can see how this leaderboard, just like any other race, you're going to have jockeying for position. Nothing is really moving that much. GOEV has only moved 0.95% since the race started. But obviously, if you see something that is, 5%, 10%, click on it, as it's moving up on the leaderboard and see what's happening. Now, what I think is really the power behind the races is that it automatically creates a top 10 watch list for you. You don't have to do anything. And how is it created? Well, ATXG, it says it's in the top position because it won 3 races. You see, that's a number beside the symbol. Beat won 2 races, etc. Eventually, this will be a top 10. This will have 10 races or 10 symbols in it. And then you just start to concentrate, keep an eye on, especially the ones that won a lot of races. They're obviously very active, but even more so, something that may not be that active, especially in the afternoon. A lot of these stocks, what they'll do is they'll have the big early morning pump, okay? And then they kind of settle down and they look like they're dormant for hours. Then all of a sudden, maybe sometime in the afternoon, they start rolling again. Well, that's when you start clicking on some of these ones. Maybe it only won 1 race early on in the day. Maybe it's just sort of pacing for a while. IBRX, I mean, it's pulling back, but what if IBRX was just sort of flat for right now? It may stay flat. It could have stayed flat for 3 hours. Just sort of moving around in a very tight range, not winning a race, but you see it in the list. Click on it periodically. The other thing to do is when you click on it, you might say, well, okay, if this takes out this high later on in the day, maybe I want to know about it. You can set a price alert. The other way to use it, of course, is a lot of people do like to play pullbacks. So maybe a stock, let's see if there's one. Okay, so for instance, FFIE. Again, I'm just using this as an example. You might say, well, I don't want to take it right now, but boy, if it pulled back to $1, I want to know about it, you know, or the low of that candle, $1.07. So all you do is you just create a price alert. I can right click, create a price alert, done. Or I can click the buy button and the crosshairs, and I can drop the crosshairs right there. So what would happen is it will buy the stock at $1.07. Okay. If you don't have the buy button, if it's grayed out on your system, then you need to have a later version of Trade Ideas. Okay. Certainly the production version that you'll see on our homepage or the beta, that will, because what we've done is we've assigned sort of an automatic way in which you can just click on the buy button and it'll buy $5,000 worth of stock at the price you want it to buy. And it'll put a stop at the low of the day. Okay, just something quick and easy. It's not, I don't want to call that a strategy, but just something quick and easy. At this point, I can always move my stop up, to another area. Okay, but this is a way in which you can practice trading. And I'll go over the simulator right now. Huge thing to be able to do is to practice trading before you commit money to the market. And so our simulator, I'm just going to pop this link in. And remember, what I'm doing right now, I'm not trying to teach you everything about trade ideas, of course. I'm trying to cover some of the more important points. But, in the guide, again, learn about alert windows, learn about top list windows, and certainly learn about stock racing. So what you will see to load this Brokerage Plus window is click on New and then Brokerage Plus, and this window will pop up. Now, I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. If you click on it, you'll see there are a couple of videos. There's a short video. The short video shows you, if you do want to, you can, if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. You'll connect. You'll see it says two options underneath Brokerage Plus. One says Live, one says Sim. So you can connect to your Interactive Broker or your E-Trade account. Only two brokers that it works with right now. Okay. Don't ask me about any others. I have no idea when or if. It's not that we don't want to have every single broker connected. It's just that there are API issues, etc. So, wait a moment. But the other thing too is that if you don't have an IB or E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. Okay, we're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. It's just that you won't have access to this feature. Again, this is only available on the downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, not available. Okay. And neither are the races yet, but I think we're getting very close to having that feature available on the web-based version. Don't ask me when. Please don't ask me when. They don't say, okay, by next Tuesday at 9 o'clock, this will be available on the web-based version. Lots of testing that has to be done. Now, the second video in that Brokerage Plus link goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. How I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator, okay? So when you load it, this is what you'll see. You may not have the same columns. And it would say, come on. It will say not connected, okay? Beside the ask, the box, will say not connected to start. So you first of all, you click on the SIM underneath the option, the tab, Brokerage Plus. Click on SIM. The not connected will change to account. Click on account, and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. So a couple of ways you can do it. Again, we have assigned a way in which if you click on the buy button and how it'll automatically buy 5,000 dollars worth of stock at the price you want. And why I say it like that, of course, if I wanted to buy FFIE right now, I could drop it to the current price and it'll take it at the current price. Now, it is a fairly fast moving stock. I could put it above the current price, or I could put it below the current price like I did. So if it pulled back to that, it'll take the trade. Okay? Just a quick and easy way to practice trading. Now, our simulator uses our real-time data. Okay? So you don't even need a broker. And why I say that is because you still may be undecided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading. No problem. All you need is our standard service and you're good to go. Of course, you can always do it in a more manual way. So if I click on SLQT up here, the symbol shows up in the brokerage plus box. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. Okay, this is just there you go. I can pick how many shares, quick and easy here, or obviously I can type in the exact number I want. I can go, if the spread is okay, I can go in at the market. I click the buy button and then I send it. Now you're in a trade. So if I wanted to do this with SLQT right now, let me talk a little bit about money management. So I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to explain why. I'm going to buy right at the market because the spread's okay. I'm going to buy it, send it. So now I'm in this trade at 125, okay, in the simulator. I'm going to put a stop at 105. Why? I'm going to explain why. So you'll see a red line will appear on the chart. It'll be on this daily chart because you can't see it on the 15 at 105 there, okay? And it'll say approximately, well, in this case, exactly $100. So what that means is if this stock goes down to 105, I will lose $100 on the trade. So some really important aspects right now. When I take a trade, before I take a trade, I'm actually looking for all sorts of reasons not to take a trade. So I have sort of an internal checklist that I go through and say, okay, if I can't check every box, then I don't take the trade. Doesn't matter what my checklist is. Okay, you have to develop your own style of trading. Some of the things for me, obviously, I want a minimum volume. Doesn't matter what my minimum volume is. Okay, when you develop your own style of trading, you might get more comfortable with 1,000,000 shares. Maybe me, it's 200,000. Minimum volume. That'll be entirely up to you. I have a price range I like. Doesn't matter what my price range is. Your price range may be different. I've evolved my price range over the time I've been trading. There was a time I wouldn't take any stock under $20, but now I'm more into the ones that are, say, 1 to 30. But that's just me. So let's just say though, okay, I can check every box and I get into the trade. Next step, how many shares am I taking? Well, first of all, just because I think a trade should work doesn't mean it's going to work. So I have to have a price I'm getting out of the trade if it's not working. I put the stop here at 105 to make it the math easy. You notice that there's a difference of 20 cents between my entry and my stop because there's two things. Okay, where are you going to get out of the trade if it's not working? And how I like to do it is I will size up a chart, maybe a 15-minute chart, and I'll look at where I think maybe there's a good support level that if it broke down through that level, I want to be out of the trade. What I would do probably though, if you're new to trading, because support and resistant areas, for me, may be entirely different for you. It can be very subjective. However, if you use, say, the low of the previous 5-minute candle, that's a defined number. Okay, there's no guesswork there. That's why you can practice that. Maybe the low of the previous 15-minute candle. You can practice placing stops where you get comfortable. So that's it. So that's the stop. But now the next thing is how many shares I'm going to take. How many shares I'm going to take is dictated about my risk. So what do I mean by the risk? So hopefully this makes sense. If you've got a $5,000 account, you shouldn't be risking $1,000 a trade. In the simulator, I'm demonstrating a risk of $100 a trade. Okay, here, when I do it manually. And that's why I took 500 shares. Because if I subtract, again, the difference between the entry and the stop is 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100, that gives me 500 shares. Obviously, 500 shares, if I lose 20 cents times 500 times 20 is $100. Okay. So I vary the number of shares I take trade to trade because it's never going to be the same. Well, within reason, because it's always going to be the difference between my entry and my stop. And then I divide that into that number that I'm willing to risk per trade. Now, I always keep that number about the same. So it's not like I risk $1,000 one trade, 500 the next, 50 the next. Okay. I try to keep that number about the same every single trade. So you can actually set up an Excel spreadsheet that once you determine what your risk per trade is going to be, then it's pretty simple. Then you just put in your entry and your stop, and it'll automatically calculate how many shares to take. See, there's a lot to trading. Okay, that's why you should practice, practice, practice. So until you can make money in a simulator, just forget about trying to make money attached to your live account. Forget about it. Cannot emphasize that enough. Now, unfortunately, just because you can make money in a simulator, let's say you've been practicing for 3 months and you're consistently making money, you're feeling pretty good. Well, obeying your stop in a simulator, getting out of a trade at a simulator in a simulator, no big deal because it's just play money, right? Well, the issue is that when you start trading live, you can really start to second guess your stops. You get into a trade. Let's say you get into a trade. I'm talking about the particular symbol. The room is talking about it. Maybe you've even got great news. Great news is not one of the things that has to happen for me to take a trade. Okay, but so you've got even that extra component, and it's not working. You can't believe it. So it starts approaching your stop price, and you say, my stop was too close, too near, because this has got to work. There's too much good things about this company, good press, whatever. So you disobey your stop. So now instead of the $100 manageable loss, it starts turning into $200, $300, $400, $500 before you finally give up and you sell it, and you kick yourself for not obeying your stop. Option number one. Option number two, you don't obey your stop. You're down $200, $300, $400. You're stubbornly not obeying it. And then all of a sudden it does turn around for you. And now you're up $200, $300, $400. And you say, wow, I'm so glad I didn't obey my stop. And can that happen? Of course it can. But in my experience, through, a lot of disastrous trades at the beginning, of not obeying my stop. And yes, sometimes they would turn around and I'd be, oh, great, look at this, look at my great trade now, and I didn't obey my stop. But believe me, so many times not obeying my stop, would really start to destroy my account. So I am, if the one thing I don't consider myself like teaching trading other than to obey your stop. Yeah, I mean, sometimes it'll drive you crazy. You get stopped out and then it does turn around and you think, man, I wish I hadn't done that. And of course it can happen. But now the other thing, if you're getting stopped out constantly, then you have to, a couple of things. You have to evaluate where you're placing your stop or why are you getting into the trade in the first place. They just may not be good setups. You might think they are, but that's why you've got to practice. Practice, practice, practice. So that's it, guys. No, I'm off my call it my off my soapbox, but I can't emphasize enough to practice trading first. Nobody wants to hear that though. What you want to hear is that well, trade ideas will just give you automatically the great trades and just take them. The program is called Ideas, Trade Ideas. Okay, they're great ideas, but it still requires some chart reading knowledge. What is, I mean, why would you go long anything right now, for instance? Okay, look at what's happening with the market right now. I mean, this is a real crazy market today, just internally, or intraday. That's why I have this SPY chart up and running all the time. Now, a lot of the things that we do that we see here, especially in this one, the biggest gainers from the open, and this is the large cap gainers from the open. A lot of the things that we see here are not so reliant on what the market's doing within reason. These ones are more. The difference between these two races is that what I did was on this one, it's essentially the same look, except I put it has to these ones have to have at least 500 million market cap and 50 million in the float. Okay, so you're not going to see stocks that are moving you're not going to see the big percentage moves here, but you probably are going to see what I will call, there's no easy trading, but not as, certainly not as volatile. Okay. And that might be your style of trading. That's why you've got to practice. While it's wonderful to get in some of these ones that are very volatile on the way up, not so nice when they're moving down. Okay. Boy, this is a massive sell-off. So I know a lot of you guys want to swing trade and all. Well, good luck. Just good luck. You're not in a swing trading market. I'm not saying there's not anything out there, but I mean, you're not in a swing trading market. I mean, look at that. Look at that CFVI. Should write a book. I mean, it almost to a T. When it got up here, buy the rumor, sell the news. So the other aspect about all this is, well, look at Beat. I mean, Beat is definitely, that's an alpha stock, guys. Alpha stock, I mean, it doesn't care. See, this is what we try to find. The alpha stocks, they don't care within reason about what the market's doing. Okay. Beat doesn't care. It's dancing to its own. Okay. But seriously, Beat is, it doesn't care what the market's doing right now. It had news. And I'm not saying to pile into this trade right now. All I'm saying is that, this sort of a stock is one to really, keep watching all day long. What if it pulled back down to that 2 level? All right, guys. Well, I really haven't concentrated on anything. I've been talking about trade ideas. Wow, look at this market. Wow, look at this card. Look at this Credo. This one was a mover a couple of days ago. But look at this. I mean, you can see if it can take out 12, what's the next low looking left? 1155. And then down here around 1086. If this market, I mean, this is just following the market. I mean, these are stocks that are following the market. So if I hadn't been, in sort of explanation mode for a while, I would have been following, this Reels Momo Trendo down, obviously a lot more because this is just giving you, short setup after short setup. Aha. Okay, now I got a little tip from Brad. So what I did was here, what I did here was increase the number of lanes, okay? I had it at 10. So now I can see right now, I made it from 10 to 13. Now I've been able to shrink, not much, but I've been able to shrink this down a bit. You're always going to have a limitation, okay, to the width of this. And I think it's because of this. Okay. Yeah, I can share that. Now, there is a sound alert on it, okay? Okay, and it's going to say sell, sell, sell. Okay, so just so you know. So if you're wondering where the sell, sell, sell is coming from, well, at least I think it should. You're going to have some sort of a beep. Pepe said that that may not happen, but there is a sound alert on here. So you don't like it, go to the right click properties and uncheck the actions or change it to something. Okay. But this is just one after another. I mean, one after another, just Here's another alpha stock, guys. FOSL doesn't care what the market's doing. And almost straight up, little pause. All right, guys. Well, let's see if the CFEI has found a bit of a bottom here. A little bit of a bottoming tail here, 1192, 12. Maybe has it found a little bit of a bottom, though it still has, the next low looking left was around 1155. But I guarantee this will have a lot of, remember what I was saying, okay, about, the rules about having a checklist of some sort before you take a trade. And so if you had looked at this early and let's just say that CFEI met everything that you wanted to take a trade, and then you see the news and you go, great, and they've got news, and then this happens. You can drive yourself crazy trying to figure out, well, why did that happen? The merger is going ahead. Why would it sell off? You'll drive yourself crazy. No point in asking why. Okay. I mean, the chart is telling you that once this merger was completed, all right, now what? Okay, sell the news or buy the rumor and sell the news. I'm not saying this is not going to come back at all, but and who knows? I mean, I don't know. I didn't read the press release. Maybe it squeaked by. I don't know because it was a vote. Maybe it squeaked by. I really don't know. AMPX. Let's take a look at AMPX. Ah, okay. What happened here? This is not appearing. It appeared. I don't see this as an IPO. Did it sneak in? I really should check my IPO calendar every day, but I just want to make sure. So it's not an IPO. So what happened here? Is it a simple name change or looks like this was a SPAC that turned into AMPX just based on the price? I see absolutely no news. Our news is all messed up, so that's not what I'm looking at. I'm looking at Interactive Brokers. I see no news on it whatsoever. So anybody, well, blue color, do you know exactly this was a SPAC? and they've merged with this company, KCAC. Okay, thank you, Casa. But it's interesting. I don't see any news on it in Interactive Brokers other than the halt. Usually it says, I mean, I can look back and it'll say, this will start trading as AMPX today. Merger was completed with KCAC as a SPAC. Yeah, there's Zach's 11 o'clock mini bounce happening right now. All right. Okay. Let's see if any of these larger cap stocks are kind of bucking the trend. But look what's happening with Frey. I mean, Frey is there's a green candle, there's a green candle in the SPY. So it's kind of following the SPY. Trying to find something that is not so aligned with what the SPY is doing. Thank you, Pepe. So yeah, so it's funny that it's not showing up in Interactive Brokers. Anyway, it's on New York. Interesting. So of course, not of course, but this will not show up, certainly not on this one, but not going to show up here because it's just trading today for the first time. Unless I loaded Pepe's super duper scan, which takes into account stocks that had no previous history. What a SPAC is, I mean, you can look it up, okay? It's an acronym, SPAC, for a fuller definition, but basically call it like a blank check company. So what they've done is they've created a shell, kind of a shell company. They put a lot of money into it. They've, got people to put money into it, and then they look for a company, typically a private company, to merge with. And the SPAC explosion probably started around 2018. There were some SPACs earlier than that. I think Space might have been the first one, but what they would try to do, especially in 2018, when the EV, electric vehicle, and that sector was really taking off, was to try to find some private company that was involved in the EV sector, and merge with them. And then they start trading. So this is what happened. KCAC was a blank, what's called a blank check company, and they obviously went out and found this company. No, it's an easier process to taking a company public. Okay, that's the main reason for it. You can sidestep a lot of the some of the regulations. It doesn't take as long. But what happens is they go out and they look, and then they'll pull their shareholders within the SPAC and say, "What do you guys think?" And also, of course, they're talking to the company that they want to take over. What do you guys think? You want to go public with us? I mean, I'm really I'm glossing over very lightly. And so it could be several months. You might see a SPAC. So the KCAC may have said, you know what? We're eyeing this company, and this is the one we want to merge with eventually. And that might have happened several months ago. And then as it gets closer and closer, then they have a vote. And that's what happened with CFVI. CFVI is a SPAC. It's not, and their, their whole thing was to merge with Rumble, the social media platform. So it was approved today, but look what happened. Tomorrow or sometime next week, this will cease to be trading as CFEI, and there'll be a new symbol. I guess it'll be like RMBL or something like that, unless it's already taken. Yeah, so Rumble is taken, so it'll be some other company, but it is an acronym, SPAC, and that's what it stands for. Yes, Special Purpose Acquisition Company. And there are a lot of them. The whole SPAC market exploded for about a year and a half. We were scrambling to buy any SPAC we could find, and then whoever they merged with, you'd get into that. Look at this SPY, guys. Well, yeah, I mean that CFEI didn't even hold 12. That's a massive sell-off. So I think Relay did a financing. I believe they did a financing. Not today, but I think they did it yesterday or recently. And listen to what, well, not listen, but read what RCRX said, okay? CFAI, yep, stop, hit, quick. So he had to stop. He got out of it because, yeah, could this turn around? Of course it could, all right? But, it's coming into the 200-day moving average. Maybe that holds it, but you can always get back into a trade, all right? Commissions are so cheap now, even if you have to pay the horrendous half a cent a share that at Interactive Brokers. And I'm being, well, I'm kidding, of course. And I think half a cent a share is, you get what you pay for. Bottom line is you get what you pay for. So I have no problem paying half a cent a share to Interactive Brokers. But the bottom line is that commissions are either free or so cheap that there's no excuse for not getting out of a trade because you don't want to pay the commissions. In the old days, where you could pay two, three, $400 a trade on commissions. I know you probably a lot of you are young or too young to even remember anything like that. But yeah, that was tough. You know. Oh yeah, 137,000 shares probably wouldn't hit mine either. I mean, I probably have 200,000 shares as a minimum. Well, I think it depends what you're talking about, Mohammed. It's not that this new, I mean, I don't dispute, I don't think there's any dispute that that news is correct. Okay. It's just that when you try, not just you, but when people try to analyze, well, why the heck did that happen? You drive yourself crazy. You know, isn't that news good? Yeah, that the merger has been approved. Isn't that news good? Yeah. I mean, it's better than I guess if it wasn't approved, but the market's saying, okay, sure, it's been approved. Now what? Can they make money? I mean, I know, I don't know that much about the Rumble. I mean, I know of it, of course, but the competition, and that sector is pretty tough. So, okay, it looks all wonderful. Merger is complete or been approved, but now what? All right, guys, what time is it? 11:19. So in about 45, less than 45 minutes, about 40 minutes, I'll be taking my break. Steve Gomez will take over in our YouTube room. Just going to, yeah, the market's putting in a little bit of a bounce. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Just watching internal discussion. Okay, let's see if there's anything interesting happening with these bounces. So again, I would call this is for more advanced traders. So these are bounces and toppers from Zach. Okay, you see Zach posting in the room all the time, and I this is one of the scans. I'm sure, well, the two, but it's in a doc. So that I'm sharing. So you can kind of see what it's looking for in the bouncers. I mean, it's looking for stocks that have been beaten up and maybe bouncing a bit. The topping is just the reverse, stocks that have been, moving maybe parabolically high and then maybe to short the top. Not easy. If you're new to trading, I'm only showing you this because now that the market is putting in a bounce, you can see right there Marvel, MARVL, which was tracking the market, virtually candle by candle on the way down. So there was a potential buy at 46.63, and now it's at 47.08 now, following the market. So I mean, if you took this trade, around here, great. But then you've got to be following, you've got to have a SPY chart or some way to track the overall market. So as long as this market maintains green, this should keep moving higher to a certain extent, as an example. But they're not easy. And as I say, if you're new to trading, I wouldn't even look at it. But I do have that as a scan. If you have some experience, it's a nice scan that Zach created for us a long time ago. Well, I would say that oil stocks are certainly intraday or usually not, yeah, that interesting. I mean, I'm not saying that they're no, never, but yeah, for sure, bio and health always historically, have been the ones that are going to give you the biggest moves, but also, tremendously volatile. Unless an oil company says, "Hey, we just discovered 1 trillion barrels of oil," what's really going to make that move other than the price of oil, doing something? Okay, then they all kind of move together. So unless an oil company has very specific news, typically, they're kind of boring stocks for a person like myself. By the way, guys, look at HKD now trying to run again, and let's see if it can drag ATXG up a little bit. And these are not easy either, but I mean, yeah, usually the only oil stocks we see, and its biggest gainers from the open are some really, really, I don't want to say crummy little ones, but these highly speculative little ones, the Indos, very low float. I mean, it's in the sector, HUSA, HUSA. But if you're trying to see, Exxon, with moves, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's moved 2.5% down. So again, another one that pulled all the way back, MEGL. I mean, look, you have to understand why a stock like this is moving predominantly because this HKD is still doing its thing. I'm not saying to buy this one. This is a, hugely wild and whippy, okay? But, the other ones that kind of move along with it, I'm not saying they're not wild and whippy, but they're not going to drop usually anyway, as long as you're paying attention. This is not going to go from 7 to 4, okay? Boy, look at the CFEI just absolutely selling off. So it was the 11:15 candle that is starting to move. The 11 o'clock one on, Zach always talks about an 11 o'clock bounce. And, there was sort of delayed 11:15 though. Look at this bounce. So let's take a look at Marvel. Still following the market, still following that SPY candle. So again, if you took this trade, you have to be following what the market is doing. Okay, guys, so you see what happened? Remember, I took the SLQT, demonstrating its use in the simulator. So right now, I mean, it's not work. I mean, it's 130, 125, and something is wrong here because, of course, this should be updating. And you notice it took the FFIE, it pulled back. Remember, I was demonstrating how to do that. And it took like a lot of shares because it's buying $5,000 worth of stock at the price. So that's why, of course, this is just to get you, instead of you're having to figure out, well, how do I assign something to the buy button? We've assigned something for you automatically just to get you going. Okay. Of course you can adjust it. If you wanted to only buy 2,000 share or $2,000 and put a different type of a stop in, etc. But that gets a little complicated for new people. So what we decided to do was just to create a way in which make it very simple. Click the buy button. It'll buy 5,000. This is what it does. See, it's going to buy five, but down the road you can adjust all this, all right? But buying $5,000 and the stop is the low of the day, just above. I think it's a few pennies above the low of the day. Okay. Of course, you can adjust all that later on when you get used to using this, if you want to use this. But if we had to say to you, okay, here's what you do, create your own strategy, and then put it into the strategies here, and then you turn it on, and then you go in and you edit the trading strategy. I've probably lost most people at create your own strategy. Okay, so give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, so take a look at the SPY chart right now. You see these topping tails. Let me bring out a big one. Okay, so you see these little topping tails, okay? Remember what topping tails mean. Now, these are not giant ones, but the buyers had it up to this price and then the sellers knocked it down a little bit. The buyers tried again. The sellers are trying to gain control again. Now, this candle still has sorry, this candle still has about 12 and a half minutes to close. This candle will close at 11:45, okay? So, but you've got to be aware. So if you're in a stock that is more or less tracking the market, you have to be aware of what's happening right now. Now, it's still early. I mean, again, 12 and a half minutes for this candle to close, but unless it can get, turn green and start moving higher again, this could be, another bit of a sell-off. So again, if you took that, for instance, let's take a look at Marvel. Let's see if it's sort of, yeah, you can see it, little topping tails here. Now this is green, mildly green, on the SPY. It's more like a doji, but you just got to be aware of what the market's doing when you're in stocks that basically kind of track the market. Boy, look at Napa. I mean, Napa is just all-time low. Yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't pay enough attention to my 10-day daily breakdown. Only two stocks are showing up. ARNC, yeah, 2207. What did it get down to? Got down to 2150. And then this one, I don't know what this one is doing. DCFC, bouncing with the market. A lot of these are just bouncing with the market. This it really didn't drop from the 583. So some of these stocks are just, they're following the market quite a bit. Very choppy. I'm just looking at some of these charts. They're just so choppy. They're a lot like the SPY. Usually on a 15-minute chart, you get a little more smooth action. I probably have to get to an hourly chart or something to get it a little more smooth. But okay, now I'm going to start clicking on the ones that, made it into the top 10. Now, we talked about this yesterday. There is and I guess this is coming. I don't know. I can't tell you when exactly, but there was a good suggestion. And when I pass it on to well, Brad, he's not a developer, but one of the partners at Trade Ideas, he said, yes, it's absolutely one of the things we're going to do. So what they're going to do is the last winner of a race will also appear down here. Okay. Now, why would that be important? Well, a stock may win a race for the first time. You will not see it here because it doesn't supplant the ones that are only won one race. Okay. So what's going to happen is you will see sort of, I don't know how they'll identify it, maybe just another line, a line underneath, and you'll see the stock that won the last race. Now, it could be a stock that's already won races before, so you would see it up here, but you wouldn't necessarily know that it won the last race. So that's going to be sort of an improvement. Now, obviously, if you're just watching this, you'll see the stock that won the last race, but if you're not concentrating on it 100%, you're not necessarily going to see that stock, or you take your eye off it, you forget that the race is just closing, things like that. So just kind of make it easier to show you the stock that won the last race. Okay, now this one just launched, guys. Ooh. So this one is actually a more expensive IPO, 9 million shares, 16 to 18. It's not that typical one that we follow, but you can see what's happening. So this just opened, THRD. Okay, THRD just opened. Look how it's whipping around. So people ask all the time, do you have an IPO scanner? There is a way in which you can create one. It's a bit of a hack using a custom formula. I personally think this is a better way to do it. Okay, requires a little bit of work on your part, but if you're going to take it seriously, you should spend a little bit of time doing this, in my opinion. So what is this? Well, this is what I use for my IPO calendar, okay? And I give you this link, but so these are the CTHRD. So I had set this up. So let me see if there's some, I don't know if NXL. So watch what I'm gonna do with NXL. Let me just see if I've got it here already. No, okay. So this is what I'm going to do for NXL. I'm going to type the symbol in, NXL. Okay, there should be no trading on it, of course. Blank. So I look at my calendar, and NXL could be opening on Friday. Okay, NXL could be opening on Friday. By the way, look at that JUNS. It never did open, right? Take a look. Yeah. So that's disappearing. This one was supposed to open last week, sometime this week. Oh, there it is. There it is. I'm sorry. So maybe next week now, but it was supposed to be this week. Anyway, so here's NXL. Supposed to open on Friday on the 16th. That's tomorrow. 1.5 million shares between 6 and 7. That's what I do. What I do is I'll type in NXL, I'll right click, create a price alert. I'll put it at $1. Surely it's going to open more than $1. In my notes section, I'm going to put the structure, what I call the structure. 1.5, I mean, this is really, really hardly any shares, and between 6 and 7. Sometimes I'll put who's behind it. Maxim seems to be behind a lot of these. And the other thing I'll look at, is it China? And so this is not a China stock. So I won't put, but if it were a China stock, I would put China after this. And now I save it. Okay. When this starts trading, if it does start trading tomorrow, it'll pop up on my price alerts window, just like that other one did. Oops. But instead of wondering, I wonder how many shares were issued. I wonder what the potential, what the IPO price was, coming out at. Is this a successful one? So what I brand a successful one, of course, is anything that's trading over that projected IPO price. So right now, this is 20. Now, what we're seeing in some of these really crazy low ones, like that one I just talked about, NXL, 1.5 million between 6 and 7. If this opens at 10 or 12 or 15 or something, that will get me super interested in following it all day. And some of these things go absolutely crazy the first day. I'm not saying this is easy, but why I like doing it this way, instead of my having now to scramble and figure out, wow, I wonder how many shares were issued. I wonder, what is it about this? Who was behind it? That's Morgan Stanley. Okay. Do a little bit of work with that IPO calendar. You can check it, in the evening every day. in the evening just to check. What I typically would do is check it on the weekend and create that on the weekend. But I'm noticing that sometimes I don't think this NXL, I don't think that one was on my list, so you don't have so many that you're not like you're having to do 100 of these. Spend the time to get properly prepared if you are interested in these IPOs. So here is the link. That's what I do. So even though we do have a so-called IPO filter or alert, I wouldn't use it. Shady's been here. Yeah, he was here this morning. Dak, I don't know. People come and go all the time. Okay, guys, 11:43. I just want to confirm that it'll be Steve in our YouTube room. I'm going to take my break. Pretty sure it's going to be, but I'll just confirm that. Yeah, I think he misunderstood what I was saying. Um, yeah, I think he misunderstood and he left. All right, guys, maybe a bit of a bounce for the CF. I mean, it's not a bit of a bounce. Obviously, it's bounced a dollar for the CFVI. Let's see if this holds over 12. But remember, massive sell-off after the merger was accepted. All right, guys, the ATXG is starting to move just a little bit. I mean, you can kind of see I mean, you're giving up a bit, but if it can take out that 650 level, I mean, it got up to 750. So just, practice. I'll put a buy here. Okay. I could raise the stop, of course. ASTS. Now, I think you like Kerrisdale, right? You think they're pretty good? You love them. You don't sound like them. You love them. All right. Well, massive amount of room underneath. I mean, 811, 810 is the 200 day. So there's on a percentage basis, there's a lot of room underneath. The next low looking left is 839. So there is a lot of room underneath. I'm not saying to chase. I don't think you're chasing this either, Zach, but when that report came out, Right about there, 983 would have been a wonderful place to get in. Oh, no, no IB shorts. Ready to throw water, cold water, all over me. Just because I'm going home now. Bye. I'm going to put myself on mute for a minute here, guys. Dave W., I asked the question earlier. Are you in our YouTube room by any chance? I know you pop in and out. Okay, I'm going to do this. I'm going to disconnect. I want to see if that solves that issue. Yeah, that did it. Okay. Well, I'm disappointed in the ATXG actually. This HKD is just looks like it's going to make a new high for the day. It just did make a new high for the day. It's not dragging ATXG up, but maybe it's dragging Mego up. Yeah, Megal is following this a lot more. MEGL following the HKD a lot more than any other stock, I think. What was the other one? KRKR, I think. KRKR. This is the other one that was kind of, I mean, look what this one did yesterday. KRKR was kind of following, very choppy. I mean, really. But hey, I mean, it's at the high now. Another one that was following kind of what HKD was doing. So again, if I want to get out of a trade, in the simulator, I just highlight the trade, highlight it, and then I can flatten it. Okay, that gets me out of a trade. These are just some very simple hotkeys we've got. I can get out of half the position or I could double my position. Of course, I could go in here into the order entry box and pick exactly how many shares I want to get out and the price. But if I just want to get out of a trade right now, I just highlight it and then I flatten it. So let me just do that, show you. Flatten the trade, the FFIE not really moving very much. Now look at the market's doing. So it took me out of the trade. So what that max is showing me is that if I'd got out when I was still in this trade, FFIE, what the max I could have made if I got out right at the very top. So that would have meant up here probably at maybe $1.15 or so. Remember I had, it took 4,000 shares. So boy, look how what a choppy day, guys. What a very, very choppy day. So that 11:15 candle is being wiped out now. Okay, so there we have it, guys. Look at the Marvel MRVL. Look how it is really following the market again. Again, I'm only bringing this to your attention that if you get into a stock that is, typically will follow the market pretty closely, you have to then have like a SPY chart or some way to track the market. Okay, because I mean this is just classic. It had to pop with the market, and now it's dropping with the market. The only minor difference is that that little candle is green and that one is red, but they weren't very, the bodies of the candles weren't very broad, so or wide. Boy, rhythm was the great short, guys. Boy, which I've been paying way more attention to that one. The rhythm was the great short on their financing. We said in the pre-market that it was holding over the financing price at $26, but look what it was doing though. The market was lifting. Remember, I mean, this seems like years ago, but the market 9:30 and at 9:45, so until 10 o'clock, the market was having a nice lift. Look what Rhythm was doing. And once it took out that financing price at 26, and then the market started moving down, that was just a great one to short. I was just too tied up doing other things. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm anticipating Steve will be in our room, in the YouTube room, any moment now. So I'm going to put my announcement in. Well, here's a break here. SPB underneath 50, big psychological number. I don't know where the next lows are and how far back we have to go. So we've got to go back in 2020. So we've got to go back a couple of years before we see those lows for SPB. Oh, look at that, took out 50. Don't go. Oh, there he is. Mr.
Here
has entered the room.
I have entered the room.
So, my friend, what are you thinking about today?
Well, I'll tell you
What a
exactly what I'm thinking about today. I didn't like what happened 2 days ago, that giant red candle, and then we had a doji day yesterday at a real critical level. I'm looking at the cues and the spies, general picture stuff here. And sometimes you get these go, pause, go, whether it's to the upside or the downside. I feel like this market is really under some pressure here. So I thinned out most of my longs, swing trade, and took what profits I could and put stops in, and basically whittled down my account to not much at all. But I did also get short. I got some SQQs that I
right. You
actually
short,
just,
yeah, you short the ETFs a lot, don't you?
yeah, I love the triple SQQ because I get a good feel for like the market and what the Qs are under tremendous pressure here. I mean, there's just nothing
Hmm.
good about it, especially if they take out that low where we bounced this morning. They perfectly
Right.
bounced at the 2 week low from 2 weeks ago. And if we take that out and go into tomorrow and an ugly weekend, I don't know. I just don't see any reason for me as a swing trader to be holding risk overnight long right now. So um, I've just got SQQQs and a couple of small core positions I'm not going to give up on. And that's it. That's what I've been doing.
Well, and how about that? See, I know you saw what I posted in our Slack, but and it's so funny. I'm talking about the CFVI, because as it was moving higher this morning, and when the news came out that okay, the merger has been accepted, etc., I literally said to the guys, well, you know what? This could be really one of those buy the news, I'm sorry, buy the rumor and sell the news. Now I couldn't have had maybe a better example of that with the CFEI. Now I don't know what it's going to do going forward, of course, but what a drop from like 1450 all the way down to 1120. Um, and Steve, people say we get the questions all the time. Why did this happen?
Hmm.
The news is good. Like, why would there be this massive sell-off? I'm not just talking about this one, but on any stock, when people try to analyze the news
Hmm.
and they drive themselves crazy trying to figure out, well, why did this happen? The news is good. It doesn't really matter what we think, does it, Steve? You
No, but
know?
let me tell you, I have played this one, and I'm going to show you how I played it right here. I got my screen up,
Hmm.
and I bought CFVI this day right here at the close. So after this
Okay.
giant bottoming tail, I had kind of an average position right under 12, I think it was. And
Hmm.
then I added to it when it started to go. So I had a pretty hefty position. And I realized once I got above 14, which was yesterday, I was selling a good 2/3 of this above
Hmm.
14. I got prices off above 14 yesterday, and so I came in long about 1/3 my position. That was a great cash out, but I wanted to hold 1/3 and see what was happening. And in my mind, I knew the possibility of sell the news was coming, so that's why I had to take that off. Then I saw it run up this morning, and I was like, oh great, well let's just see what happens here. I didn't take any profits, but what I did do is I added back in down here at the 200-day moving average. So I'm still in kind of a half position on this, and I've made
Okay.
money, and my basis is now pretty much flat because we're back to kind of my entry point here. So
Right.
I've got a free look on my second half. I totally expected some sell the news. in hindsight, I could have taken the rest of it off the table, but then you kick yourself if it doesn't do that. So I just tried to play it the best I could, and we'll see what happens. But
Well,
that's
let me
one of the,
ask you this though,
yeah,
because you said you started your position on the 12th. Okay, I'm looking at the daily candle. The
yes.
next day, it dropped down, so it dropped down to 1151 or 1150. So where were you putting your stop? Were you putting your stop at the 200 day?
Okay, so I see what you're saying right there. So I bought
Just
this.
out of curiosity.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So I mean, I bought this because of this wonderful reversal wick off the 10-day. The very
Yeah.
next day held the 10-day. And remember, my rule is I don't pound out of swing trades early in the morning, especially an early morning drive down. I guarantee you that was an opening drive down because I've
Hmm.
done it too many times. And then at the end of the day, I just want to kick myself. So I said, all right, well, this isn't fun down here, but I'm going to wait and see how it closed. And so I did, following my rule of waiting to see how the candle closes as a swing trader helped me. Closing on
Let me ask you
highs.
this though. I
What was
mean,
my what would have been my stop?
yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying you want, but I mean, what if it had gone down to 10 or something? You
Well, I
know,
if it had gone
I mean,
down to
I'm just trying
10,
to figure that out.
yeah, I mean intraday, I'll tell you what, my drop dead stop probably would have been the low of that reversal candle 2 days
Okay,
prior.
okay,
Yeah, and which
okay,
corresponds also with the 20-day. So I would have been watching it real hard here to make sure that it didn't close below, that if it could tickle it, but it had to bounce back up, and I would have stayed in. But if it tickled it and then bled below the 20, I would have got out.
okay. Because
Good
yeah, I mean,
question.
I know what you're saying. I mean, yes, you don't want to wait, and yeah, in that particular case, it worked out fantastically. But at some point, you can't wait to see if that candle is eventually going to go green for you at the
Right.
end of the day. At least
And here
I can't see.
and here's that day right here. So it was an early
Right.
morning drive down, as I suspected. The algorithms prey on stop hunts in the morning. If
Hmm.
if you're happy you got free commissions, just remember that your broker is selling you out for money and giving all those open orders to Citadel, and they see a big old bowling pin set up, and they bowl them down, and that's what happens so often in the mornings. And so it's really hard, but yeah, you got to have a drop deadline. But I try not to do anything. I let the first 30 minutes set the low, and then if it rolls back over and thinks about taking out that low after the first 30 minutes and the market looks like crap, well, I might get out. Yeah,
Okay.
it's no hard fast rule. It's just got to kind of depend on what's going on. So back to today, I'm giving nothing any leeway today. I feel like the market, the cues, the spies are under tremendous pressure.
Right.
I'll
All
let you
right.
go now for your break.
Yeah. Now, do you have to? Do
I
you
have
want
the
me to
dev
show up a
meeting.
little bit early?
If you could, I have the dev meeting and then the marketing meeting, and just spoke to Dave. So it's been a
So 10-2, or
jam-packed
is
morning. 10-2 is
10-2? Is
great.
that
10-2,
okay?
5-2, doesn't matter.
Okay. Perfect. Okay,
Thanks.
Steve, I'll let you go
See ya.
now.
All right.
Okay, bye.
All right, everybody. Let me see what's going on in the chat here. All right. Well, I don't know what's a new question, but Tyler's asking about ASTS bounce. Let's take a look and see what the prognosis for that could be. So, yeah, you got an algorithm drive. Hello, Iris. You got a pretty sharp algorithm drive down here and a reversal. So what you do is you just go and you look at the daily and say, well, how does that correspond? Oh, look at that. It's very close to that 50-day. That might have been close enough. So, if you're in this thing, obviously the low of that wick there should hold because this is a significant reversal candle. The, it should hold. Doesn't mean it's going to. So if it did bleed back down, you wouldn't want to stay under that candle. ARRY was a good example brought to me today by one of our traders here, Chris. Well, looks like it fell back again, but for the moment, he was watching the 50-day SMA here, and he likes this stock, and he bought down here right off the 50-day. So he didn't buy using the 15-minute, he bought using the daily, and he trusted it. He got a nice bounce, but that bounce was short-lived, and that's kind of why I think is today might be a little different. I mentioned to Barry before I came on that there's just nothing good about the Nasdaq. So let's look at all three of them. We've got the SPY, which includes financials and energy. But I want to show you something here. The SPY got a double test of its 200-day. So that was interesting. We've got the IWM, which is small cap stocks. Same kind of thing over there, a long-term double test of the 200-day. But then we come to the Qs, and this is notable. There was a double, triple test on the 200 in the Qs back here, but while the SPYs and the IWM were coming up and testing their respective 200-day moving average, the Qs got nowhere close to it. So to me, this kind of shows relative weakness in the bigger picture. Um, we zoom in and we realize there is really nothing technically good about this. I'll bring you back to this date right here. All right, you see this bunch of consolidation under the 50-day SMA? That was not a good day for the NASDAQ, for the Qs. I did a TikTok that day and said, watch out below. It just felt ugly. Big fall below. But the last couple weeks, we had that nice break back up to the high here. But we've fallen again. So technically, we are making lower highs and probably lower lows. All right. This seems to be the channel for the NASDAQ for me right now. And, I don't want to give anything any chances right now. The only thing I'm giving anything a chance is CFVI, and I've got some of these SQQs, which that's exactly the opposite of the NASDAQ Qs. Look at that. That's a happy little chart. Popped above the moving averages, being supported by the 10. So it's the exact inverse of what's happening over here. Broke below the 50, got halted at the 20, just slammed at the 20. Big day here, and this is what I mentioned to Barry. Sometimes you'll see movement called go, pause, go, or thrust, pause, thrust. Big first day, you get a doji second day, like what the hell just happened? And then when that doji is taken out, it's usually confirmed that we could have continuation pattern. So I'm bearish on the market now. Let's just put it that way. I'm full on bearish. So that ASTS, hopefully that made sense, Tyler, if you're still looking for that info. Um, I have one more position, and that is it. This is it. PSLV, CFVI, and those NASDAQ inverses. I'm a firm believer that something's going on with the dollar and silver and gold. I mean, they can't keep up with the physical orders where people want to buy it and have it shipped to their house or their vault or whatever. The paper price just doesn't reflect that, and that's the silver ETF. Um, this has nothing backing it, but PSLV is a fund that actually has the silver that they can back up. So I'm going to stay long silver. I believe that that's something that silver and gold could start to have their day here. But the problem is the dollar. People are selling equities today, and then they're holding the dollar up. So it's a very strong chart in the dollar. So I know I'm holding on to something that's not really uh, working alongside the dollar at the moment. But for me, when I look at PSLV, it was still back above all of its averages here. Now, right now, it's testing the 50. I would hate to see it give up that 50-day because the 50-day was flattening, but it's still a long day. We could get a nice bounce here, but it appears that silver and gold might be following the weakness in the equities because the weakness in the equities is putting people into the US dollar. Anyway, that's my ramblings for what's going on today. Good. I'm glad you saw that, Tyler. What's up, Dave? More pain coming. If you weren't here earlier, I've sold pretty much all of my long. I gave them as much as I possibly could. The backdrop of this market scaring the hell out of me. So I'm only holding. Remember, I sold half or 2/3. I'm sorry, CFVI yesterday. My basis was right around here, and I sold half above 14 or 2/3, something like that. And then the news came out that, hey, they're going to merge and they're going to be a public company on Monday under the symbol RUM. They're no longer going to be a SPAC. So this is one of the few companies that made it out of SPAC status and has become a real publicly traded company. Will be under the scrutiny of the SEC and all the other requirements they have to file. So the sell the news was probably a lot of short sellers trying to really pounce on the obvious sell the news. I held on and I actually bought a little bit more down here. So I added down there because it hit the 20 and the 200. And again, this is my basis right about here. So I'm flat on my open position currently, but I made a nice 2/3 on that. So I really don't feel like I could have traded that any better. Yeah, I could have sold the news this morning and then it could have turned and ripped to 20 and I would have kicked myself. So you're never going to be correct. All you can do is take half off. And what that does is satisfy the greed demons and the fear demons at the same time. It takes the edge off and helps you relax a little bit. If I had not done that, I would be so pissed right now. But thankfully, I knew better. All cash every day. Yeah. Will you short if you are bearish? I am short. Tyler, I am bearish. I got rid of my longs today. I focused on the Nasdaq. That's why I went through the SPYs, the IWM, and the Nasdaq. Nasdaq never got back to its 200-day, so that's relative weakness, and I want to pick on that. And I'm picking on it via the 3 times leveraged SQQs. So what do we got? SQQs are up 2.3%, which means the Nasdaq is down 5%. So I mean, it's kind of a tough way to look at it, but it's trust me, it's the 3-time triple. We go to profile. No, 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 no. Oh, I'm sorry, I need to go to SQQ. Where does it say this is a triple? Well, ultra pro short. Uh, it's a triple. This one's up 2.5%, and the Qs are down 5%. That's a triple. So yeah, I'm bearish, and I'm going to participate in my bearish feeling using the leveraged simple ETF. I'm not going to try and pick one company. I'm just looking at the general masses here. This is really the funds, the masses, the retail. Everybody's looking at this NASDAQ chart, I believe. There's a lot of people who have a lot of stock in Apple and Tesla and other stocks. But look at this. I mean, it's not good. Trying to break below. And if we do break below and look like we're going to trade lower into the close, I might even add some more. So I legged into this trade in 3 parts. All right. First part was basically up here. I waited for it to bounce up to close to yesterday's highs. I got short the Qs, probably right about there. Then waited for this bounce right here, and I added right there because this is the 10 SMA coming down to meet the price. Again, this is the inverse. I'm sorry, I bought the inverse using the NASDAQ. These were the points at which I shorted, but remember, I used SQQ as a vehicle because it will move 3 times as fast as the others. And if this thing breaks out, I might even buy another third. You know what? I think I'm going to do it because if I don't now, I'm going to regret it. So hang on a second. I don't mess around with limits. Just get me in. All right. I'm in a full position now of SQQQ. I am positioned and ready for a market drop. Interesting to note. Look at how much higher the SQQs are above the last 2 days. Then we go to the NASDAQ, and the NASDAQ is about the same. Yeah, it's barely breaking this low here, so it's kind of a bit of a skew. Hey, Steve, what's up, Perfect Circle? When you say the back end of the market scans, okay, so this is exactly what I'm talking about here, Circle, is this, I'm focused on this NASDAQ. This is a very bad backdrop. There is nothing holding the market up in terms of moving averages. The moving averages are all hammering on top of them now, just like they were back here. And this is the real test. I mean, we've already tested this low, whatever that low is right there. We've already tested it once this morning. I want to do this. I'm going to put that right there. So that was the low that we tested this morning. If we go back there, it's pretty darn close. We can see that 15-minute chart. So this was that low that was tested early. We got ourselves a tiny little bounce here in green. We just got a brand new candle, moving average coming down. A lot of fear in the market. If you haven't heard, this railroad strike thing could be an issue. Who knows? But I'm letting the footprints in the sand here tell me what to think. I'm not thinking what I think should happen. I'm trying to anticipate what this market action is telling me. So, pretty good summary of why I chose the Qs over the others, SPYs and the IWM, and then using the triple levered ETF as a vehicle. Just a big, broad market bet. No single stocks are short, just that. Okay, the dollar up, VIX up, stocks rejecting moving averages. Yeah, all those things. Perfect circle, but the tea leaves here of the market action is just telling me I'll be very surprised if we get a bounce. And if we do get a bounce, okay, it'll probably be short lived, right into this. So that's my out as a short. Just so you know, it's probably the next question coming. If we don't take these out and this market turns around and closes up in green above that declining 10, well, I'm out. But until then, the market here is guilty until it can prove itself innocent based on the action that I'm seeing. Yeah, it's a really good question. Are we shorting in the hole here? In a sense, we are, but remember, I took my very first position on this first bounce and then just watched what happened. Rode it all the way down to here. And so, oh, that was interesting. I let it bounce, and then I took this. I'm not saying get short this market, guy. I'm not trying to talk you guys into this. I'm just telling you how I'm thinking and how my thought process works. Um, yes, I don't like to short in the hole, which means shorting a new low, but I don't know. This time, I hate to say it, but it might feel a little different this time. So I wanted to get a position anticipating a break of that low rather than chasing that low. So it gives me a little bit more cushion if I'm wrong, which of course is that 10 SMA, as I mentioned. CCJ, I got out of this one. As much as I loved the way this thing was holding up and I was tweeting about it, talking about it, relative strength, but if the market's going to tank, I don't care what the relative strength is, what has been. I don't care what the story stock is. I don't want to be around it. So I'm actually glad I got out of this one. I mean, it pained me to get out, but I got out. I was also in some ape. How's that doing? Well, just barely holding on. It's technically not bad, but I just don't want to be in anything if this market breaks. We still got 4 hours today, well, 3 hours and a half. So we'll see. I now have a full position. So I'm technically not shorting in the hole if we break these lows. I have anticipated the position. I'm just going to wait and see what happens as this thing comes down and pushes on a fearful market. Again, that might be focused on railroad strikes and things like that. FOMC also at next weekend, right, Hans? A lot of people are saying they're not going to pivot. They might even go for 100 basis points. That would be probably not received well in the market because all of this dead cat bounce here, this really, in my opinion, was the market saying, "Okay, yeah, Jerome Powell, yeah, we've seen you play this game before. We know you're going to pivot. Just say it." And he didn't. He said the opposite, and so the market didn't like that. So it's kind of like a bouncing ball. I say sometimes, bounce, 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 bounce. Even more so on this, bounce, 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 drop. That's what I'm anticipating. I'm not calling for it. I'm not telling anybody to do it. This is just my market methodology I'm sharing with you guys. Do I feel like using the 3 times ETF is lower risk? I don't then put. So that the answer is I don't do options. I just don't. I don't have a feel for the options. Other guys do with the math and the numbers and the different. I couldn't tell you what a straddle is or an iron condor cover. I mean, I know some basics, but I've been known to buy deep out of the money, or yeah, deep out of the money calls on a stock that I feel like holding, for a while, just to limit my risk. But it's really never part of my method. If I feel like I've got an edge here that I'm seeing, I'm just going to load up on the triple, and it's not a hedge. I actually, you know, actually started as a hedge this morning, but then as the market just got weaker and weaker, I said, screw it. It's not a hedge anymore. It's going to be a net short. Um, so yeah, I don't have any good advice or opinions that I think are worthy on options, but we shall see. What else did I sell this morning? Sold some Kodak. I forgot where I bought that. It was pretty much in the money. I think I bought it right here 5 days ago. Sold that. What's CFBI doing? Yeah, it's not on lows. That's good. CCJ, I'm glad I got out of that. APRN, I thought that was going to bounce because it's a super high short float. It's actually 50%, not 60, but close enough. I was in it this day. I bought that close. I rode it down yesterday and I said, I'll give it to the 20. And what do you know? It popped up and closed above the 20. But once it couldn't hold this opening push and the weakness, I got out like right at 6, I think. So the reason I was in this trade was because, hey, short squeeze. Short squeezes are fun. But do you really think we can get a short squeeze in a market that looks like this right now? With everybody kind of biting their nails, just wondering, is this 290.58 level going to hold in the next 3 hours? And if it does, do I get out? Are the algorithms going to bounce it? Well, I don't think there's a good possibility that the algorithms would bounce it because we've already tested it once. So a double test like that, a little, sorry about that. Hang on a second. I got to answer this. So I think a double test fail would not be constructive for people who are trying to hold on to their longs right now. So a lot of this was just carried on early anticipation from me in terms of selling longs and getting short. I could be wrong, but this is just what I'm feeling right now. EVGO was a stock that was called early by Andy here on our What We're Watching. And if you don't have this, I'm going to give it to you because this is a real-time curated symbol list. Basically, Andy popped this in here early down here, and it's had a really nice run today. So if you see like what we're watching or a symbol pop into this window, that means we have conviction on it. And again, it doesn't mean for you to buy it. It just means watch it. Do how you want to do on it. So I'm going to copy that, and I will paste that. What we're watching. Mike. Q's possible double bottom, but we'll need further confirmation. Well, again, let's look at that. This is my focus right here, right now. Let's zoom in. This is my focus. What's going to happen between here and here? This price is being painted and pinched into a corner between the declining 10 SMA and the prior tested low, which happens to correspond back here. In my opinion, I feel like there's a decent chance for a resolution to the downside, but I definitely could be wrong. Trading is not always about being right. You're going to be wrong, and then you have to figure out how are you going to manage being wrong. And as I mentioned, my being wrong will be a trade on the daily up here that breaks back above that declining 10 SMA. So if I lose this time frame, it's okay. I'm not going to panic. I'm going to stay in it, but I'm going to watch and see what happens as the daily 10 SMA starts to come down. Same thing. We got kind of a double pinch here in 2 time frames. Hello, Jamie. Do you normally buy in the afternoon before entering position? There's 2 times at which I will usually buy, Jamie. That's going to be, it's not always, but a lot of times I'll get a nice tug from Andy. He's really good at catching some good downdrafts when those algorithms push down in the first 30 minutes and run all the stops on a stock that we're watching. I'll pick up maybe a half a size on that initial push down, and then I might add to it if it closes strong at the end of the day. So other stocks like you see a really nice reversal and you've been watching it at the end of the day, you're like, well, this thing seems like it just washed out the weak hands and could have a strong day tomorrow. I will take a position and go long at the close as well. Likewise, on my losing trades, all right, I will also, as I discussed with Barry, try very hard to wait to see how the end of the day, how is the candle closing? Could it regain that level? Could it regain that moving average, especially the 10 or the 20? If it didn't, and it's a solid candle, solid red, closing on lows below that moving average, I will get out of those trades at the close. So for me, as a swing trader, that final candle that everybody's going to stare at this evening is really important to me as a decision time frame. All right, Bouncers is going to try. So let's see what happens when the SMA catches up. Yeah, I've dealt with gaps a lot. Perfect circle. Sometimes they work in your favor, and sometimes they don't. The problem is lately, when they do work in your favor, you have to force yourself to take profits quickly and not go, okay, here we go. A 5-day move just began. That's not going to happen. Too much chop, as somebody said, and the algorithms are all over the place. Um, we'll see what happens. But I am net short. Mike, EVGO, nice chart there. Yes, yes, Mike. So what happens is we're watching a list of names, and then about a half an hour after the open, we see how they open, and if they wind up on this list, we have conviction. Yeah, the armpits on the daily. Yeah, yeah. We bounced up into the armpit here, as I call it, and then we bounced up into the armpit there on the daily. And if we bounce here and don't break down, then I'm going to be watching for a bounce into the armpit here. I should trademark that pattern. I don't think anybody's ever called it the armpit. Look at all this red coming through my S&P high-low. I use this just to kind of have a pulse. When I see that, I'm like, oh, okay, what's going on here? S&P. Are you going to freeze up on me? Reset connection is always your friend, guys. All right, so yeah, there's a bit of a wick coming off that green candle that they tried to bounce, and that green candle is being stuffed. And as you can see, my pulse meter here, the S&P high-low ticker, is all red. So that's another little bit of feedback that I also can get, especially being an older trader. This is all we really used to have is, kind of a pulse indicator, new highs, new lows, and that's it. SQQs looking really good. That's a chart I would buy in a bull market, but we're in a bear market, so that's what this is hoping for. Ape, yeah, I got out of that one too. So I don't have a whole lot that I'm really watching. I'm just kind of sitting and waiting. I just feel something in the air. I don't know. Just feels like something's coming around the corner here. Could be a 100-point basis point surprise. Could be geopolitical news. Who knows? Yes, I have the entire S&P. Let me show you how to build it. It's really cool. I can also share it, but the point is, this is what you do. You go new alert, okay, and you have a new alert from the new menu, and you just assign new high, new low. That's it. Then come to symbol list tab, and you see I'm highlighting the S&P 500, which is a pretty solid, well-known list. If you don't see it over there, that's because you've got to go here first. You want to add a list, which is where our main tree is, and you want to find sectors, and there it is under defense. S&P 500 right there is highlighted, so you click that, it brings it over to here, and then you check box it, and you've got yourself a high-low S&P alert, and it gives you just kind of a pulse in the background of what's going on. If you don't want to build it, I'll share it. Now that is a universal symbol list, so I think it should show up, but if it doesn't, you'll have to point that symbol list towards the S&P 500. And of course, you can edit those lists, perfect circle. You want the top 25 that you want to create, you can put those in there. All right, so we're getting another attempt here, a little bounce up to that declining 10, even in the S&P, but I'm not seeing a bunch of new highs, that's for sure. Um, all right, looks like I'm all caught up on questions. Anybody want to bring up a topic or want me to look at a chart? I like looking at charts, although today those charts are probably going to be rather suspect. No, Keish, I hardly ever play options. I'm just not the option brain kind of guy. I've never delved into the different strategies and the different concepts. To me, that seems like more of a math brain type person. I'm more of a visual, creative person. I totally rely on the visuals of the charts and the patterns and the simple technical indicators I use. And so when I see something in the broad sense, I will just buy those triple levered bear market ETFs like I have right now, SQQQ. I have in the past just done simple out of the money calls to buy for a stock that I might believe is going to do well, and we're in a bull market. But we're not in a bull market. We're in a very volatile market right now. And a lot of people who bought that bounce are being tested here as well. I mean, think if you were one of the people that jumped in and felt, oh my God, it was safe. I got to jump back in and buy this bounce here in the markets. And then that horrible news came out of CPI and Jerome Powell saying, I'm not pivoting. And all of a sudden you're trapped down here. So you're one of those people that is watching this low of the day here very carefully. And if it triggers, it could be interesting. So we'll see. All right, so it looks like we are going to jump up and bounce up into this declining 10 and test it and see what happens. What's that CFVI doing? Yeah. Start seeing even this one's starting to get a little heavy around that moving average coming down to say hello. Honestly, I just want CFVI to close right here above the 200 and the 20 cross. To me, that is a significant area that buyers would attempt to hold. And so if the price action does confirm that, then that helps me confirm that that technical level is legit. We'll see. Sorry, guys, I'm reading something here. All right. EVGO doing? Let's see. So the EVGO play, all right, perfect example of stocks when they are working to the upside or the downside. Momentum will stay in momentum as long as the price stays above the 10 SMA. So this EVGO still has momentum, possible potential energy in it. But what happens is, as we get deeper into the day traders start to bail. For those of you that are new, this is my rule. If I'm waiting to try and figure out when to get out of this thing, I like to take profits on big pushes a little bit, but also um, the rule is, just like I said on the daily, if I get a closing candle, not a tick, ticks can come through very easily and try and fool you and then close above. But the very first closing candle below my momentum indicator is when I decide the momentum has probably died and it's gotten me out early and saved a lot of profit than other people might hope for. Let's look at some of these races today. I haven't even really been looking at them. Here's a good example right there of waiting for the close. None of those candles closed below the rising 10 SMA, except this one. And once that happens, as you can see, then the next candle gets capped. And the candle after that gets capped. So AMTD might be done for the day. No, not that one. You know what? I'm going to set an alert on that. No, I'm not. So here's one that just gapped up and didn't really do a whole lot. Um, Megla, same thing. Look at this. We may have the first closing candle here below this rising 10, so MEGL might start to lose its luster. Okay, so just the opposite. SQQ is pulling back and testing its 10 SMA, whereas QQQ are bouncing up and testing it. So just a complete inverse play. If it happens to regain and close above, that's okay, as long as it doesn't close above this 10 SMA. That's my risk management. So, I mean, that's a complete trading plan here. I legged into it, short there, then added. So, I mean, I've got a full position. I'm still in the money, but that'll be my out up there above that 10 SMA daily. A close, not a tick or two ticks, but a close. INCY, somebody wants to look at. Looking good. Biological insight. So, another example. Show me on this chart here today where it closed below the 10 SMA. You can't. So there would have been no reason to get out if you were in. Now, if you were in something like this, once you start getting these big pushes higher, that's when I start taking like a quarter or a third off when I can. Man, there's nothing better. There's not much of a better feeling than being a trader, than getting in, anticipating a move, wait, and then getting your move, and then a couple of big green candles as people panic and chase and the shorts cover. You calmly walk over and offer a third out with a limit order, and you turn your back. And then you get that notice, hey, somebody panicked and reached up and sold what you already had that they wanted. It's a great feeling. So I like to sell on these types of moves too. But when it comes to maximizing the profit, using the 10 SMA closing candle method works really well for me. So I'll sell in both of those instances. So divergence on the daily chart on August 30. Let's look at my divergence scan. So here's my divergence, and I see what Perfect was talking about. You take RSI, and you look at the price, lower, lower, lower. The RSI lows were higher, higher, higher. So what he's looking at here is a simple daily bullish divergence. We have the price going lower, but doing so with less energy and umph behind it. And so you get that divergence. Conflicting signals is what you would call it, diverging signals. And oftentimes they can move in the right direction, but it just depends on what your time frame is, because right here just above 70 you're going to have a wall of selling probably. All right, looks like we're caught up on questions. We're going to get a closing candle in 5 minutes, so that'll give me a little bit of direction as to what's going to happen here in the Qs. If they cannot close above the declining 10, it's the same thing I was just talking about on upside momentum. Would you please share a scan? I don't have a scan for RSI divergence. If Perfect Circle does, he could share, but I don't have it. He was just taking a quick look here. However, hold on a second, Mohammed. Just erase exactly what I said, because we do have a scan for divergence. I forget about that sometimes. It's under the Market Explorer. Market Explorer, new Market Explorer. And look at what we're going to have here. We're going to have a divergence channel. So right click the Market Explorer window, Select strategy. And I'm looking for, I think it's relative strength. Yes, okay. Relative strength index, daily RSI divergence long. So let's click on this. Daily RSI divergence long. Okay. Some of these are almost too close to call when you look at the chart, but these are on today, 9:15. Okay, so Nicola going lower, but coming higher off the lows. So, Mohammed, thanks for the question. There is a good answer. It's called the Market Explorer, and you can find some divergent setups in this scan. Thankfully, Michael Noss has figured out how to build some really cool stuff. Lower price, higher RSI. So that's all you got to do, Mohammed. Again, real quick, I'll close that. It's a new window. Go down to the E, Market Explorer window. You got it. Perfect. All right. Iris, can I repeat what you were showing regarding the NDX? Well, which part of it? I was talking a lot about the NASDAQ in the Qs today. Look at that. I am not participating in the trade of the week, but wow, hey, I probably should be, but I'm not in the right frame of mind to be buying this market right now. Um, Specifically, high, low on the NASDAQ. Again, I was talking about so much stuff. Let's see, we got 2 minutes before this candle closes. I'm not sure what I was talking about, Iris. I might have to be nudged. So perfect circle, just found it thumbing through the S&P 500 alerts. Okay, so here come the buyers. That's all right. I don't know what is going on with my computer, but it is just spinning, redlining. You were showing regarding the SPX. Okay, I think I know what you might mean. So the reason I picked the NASDAQ as a short candidate is because it looks weakest of the herd. Weakest of the herd. The NASDAQ challenged its 200 back here, but it didn't even get close to the 200 here. Whereas the S&P and the IWM, they did. The S&P came and actually touched its 200. So that was a signal to me that, relatively speaking, along the 200-day moving average with these indexes, Qs could not make it up this far. So if this became a level of selling, then that might become, okay, I'm on the wrong track here, Iris. I'm sorry. I went to new. Oh, okay. It's the S&P high low. It's just this. It's just this scan. So you go to new, alert window. Right, go ahead and start from scratch and clear everything out. We're on the same page now. Alerts, a new high, and a new low. You're all set there. Then you come to symbol list, and you have to go to existing and come down and look for S&P 500. There it is. Click that. And now you have the ability to turn it on. And click OK. And you got yourself an S&P 500 high-low ticker. And that's all it was. I shared it earlier with the cloud scan, but yeah, it's always good practice to try and learn how to build this stuff. Well, close enough for government work, but technically, 15-minute just eked out a green close above that 10 SMA, but the following candle now is giving it a little bit of a trouble. So we'll see what happens. Still a long day. Hopefully you got that, Iris. it's just a good barometer when you start seeing all green come through or all red come through and you're distracted looking at something else. You're like, oh shit, the market must be bouncing here. Oh no, I just cussed on Barry's channel. Bad. All right, we're all caught up. I think Barry's going to pop in here in 5 or 10. So you got me for a little while longer. I'm now banned. Well, if I'm banned, you're coming in early. Perfect. Why are candle closes so important to you? Simply because they're standard trade. It's just something that I've happened to notice over the last few years. And I think what it has to do is the algorithms are using those moving averages as their key inputs and their targets. Um, it's just something, the market has become so incredibly noisy from what I first experienced when I first started trading. We didn't have these elbow jamming sessions on the open where you're just trying to run over as many people as you can. Those aren't human beings doing that. Those are computers doing that. And so it's just one of those things that I'm an observant person. I started to watch and learn and say, wow, look at that. I got out of this too early, midday, and it bounced up and closed stronger. And then the very next day it kept going. Why the hell did I get out midday? So it just became kind of a learning process through the whole thing. And that's why the candle closes are important to me, whether it's the 15-minute or the daily. Um, that's just one of the ways I filter out the noise because I just got so tired of learning to trade in a pure market with fractions against other human traders. 98, 99. And all of a sudden, 2006, 7, 8, these algorithms started showing up and just making a complete mess of the price action. I had to retool. That's when I became a swing trader because I couldn't take the noise of the day trading, and it just worked better for me. Speaking to Chris McKay yesterday, he just can't take risk home overnight. It's just too hard. Barry doesn't like to take risk home overnight. I know that, but it's just a different mentality. It's a different share size. It's a different time frame, a different attention span.
Mr. Gomez,
Yes.
have you in your races are you using the browser interface?
Not yet. No. I need
Very
to.
cool.
I need to reconnect. I need to get with Ron. I don't have my XML file set up because it got corrupted, and I just reverted back to the old basic. So I need to get back on that WebSocket. Yeah.
I don't. Well, it's funny, Steve, because I haven't done anything differently. I haven't done anything. I haven't
What version are you on?
changed anything. I'm on the, let's see, I'm on the dev version. Let me see what the version is. Help. I'm on 5.6.11. Okay. And
Okay,
so,
I'm behind you. I need
if
to
you, if
update.
you, if you, what, okay, when I take over, take a look at my races
I will.
and you're going to see if you right click, I guess, so if you right click on a race right now, you
Hmm.
don't have an option that says use browser interface.
No, no. So
Okay.
I need to get the new dev
Yeah.
version.
It's very smooth.
I
It's
saw some
super,
demos.
super.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it demos, I mean, now it's fact.
Well,
I mean,
just
it is so smooth now.
I mean, just so people want to know. I mean, Chris McKay was just basically discussing this that you're probably not going to recognize the Trade Ideas interface a year from now. It's going to be
I saw that post.
cross-platform. It's going to be on all mobile, Mac, web. Everything is going to be even playing field because we're doing a ton of work reconnecting the plumbing using HTML5, and there's a lot of people working on it. It's not going to happen overnight, but I think that's a fair statement that what you're seeing now in Trade Ideas is going to look nothing like it is a year from now.
Yeah, I mean, look at the advancements just in the races in the last I'd say in the last month. I mean, when I first started, well, if you were in the, I know you were in the market meeting yesterday, but when I first started using the races, I could only have maybe two at a time,
Yeah, yeah,
maybe,
yeah.
because it was just, it was just jamming my system down.
Hmm.
And now I've just been adding more and more races just to see. It's not because I want to have all these races. I just want to see. I probably got 6 races going right now with no degradation of the system at all.
Cool.
And then of course this with this very smoothly. It's amazing how different it's so much more appealing now.
I can't wait. I'm going to download it. Let's see,
Yeah.
two questions. Walton, can I ask how your energy grid? I assume you're talking about the California energy grid. It's been fine so far. I had a couple blinking lights. I did buy a generator at Costco a couple months ago, so that'll come in handy if I have to. And do I like gold? I like silver better than gold because the silver gold ratio is extremely expanded, and it just all you have to do is look at this chart. Gold is crap. It's on lows under its 50. It's trending down. It's making new lows. Whereas I'm going to use my PSLV. PSLV is holding the 50. So there's tremendous relative strength in silver right now, technically compared. And when I think the big thing does happen to silver and gold, which something's going to happen at some point, and I say that based on the BRICS, many countries now are just turning against the dollar and using silver and gold in other transactions. That's probably going to continue to snowball. So I think when that event does happen, the silver catch up to gold is going to be like an inverse catching up. There'd be a lot more room to the upside. So that's my thinking on gold. Happy. And with that, I'm going to go grab a drink and get ready for the next meeting. Not a real drink, but a water.
Yeah, of course, of course. I understand. Okay, Steve, I'll take over.
Thanks. Bye, guys.
Okay, bye. All right, guys, I am now back in both rooms. Let me get my music going. All right. So, guys, I took a little long in DKNG. It's all based on the market right now. I took a little long in DKNG while I was, well, my break is not really a break. I mean, it means it's a break from talking, but it's not really a break. Actually allows me sometimes to concentrate a little bit more on what I'm liking. So I took a little long on this DKNG, but I'm watching the market at the same time. Okay, I'm in at 1927, I think. So if it goes back down to 1927, I'm out. And the DKNG, why I even noticed it, of course, it was on one of the races, the large cap race. So we'll see what happens. And why would I do that? Because when I look up here, 1979 is the high. So certainly that's far enough away. So, and I don't typically do this. I typically don't play pullbacks, but when I was just sort of cycling through some of the ones, the large gainers from the open, and watching the market put in this bar. Now, as long as that bar, that second bar, if it starts turning red, I'm out. I'm just completely out of that trade. And it's not going to be much. I say I'm in at 1927, but if the market can continue to lift just a little bit more, it might give me something a little bit more than what it's giving me right now. But what a choppy day. Mr. Mike C, yes. Dave W, I asked if you've been in the room. I saw you make a post. I actually, if you can hear me, I decided to do what you're doing with Chris's race scan and put the moving averages having to be above that. What was it? The 8, 20, and 50, 8, 20, and 50, just to see, what sort of. Now today's probably not a great day, because of what the market's doing, but yeah, it's interesting. Maybe I'll even do it up in this one, the biggest gainers from the open. So for those of you in the main room, this is what we're talking about. So I do have another race going. This is Chris's race, okay? And a lot of the same stocks show up. My biggest gainers from the open. This is something to do with Bollinger Bands, but what Dave W in the YouTube room did, he took this scan and he said, okay, I'm going to add one thing or three things, I guess. Oh, let me get rid of my announcement there. So what he did was he took in the configure. He made sure that the stock, and I don't know what percentage you moved, Dave. I mean, I just made sure it's above, so I only put like 0.01% for all of these. Just making sure that the stock is above the 8, 20, and 50. Okay. And it gives a slightly different look, I guess, because I actually have without it here. Okay. I'm doing a comparison. I mean, I don't think there's a massive difference, but you certainly seem to be able to just go to your. Well, are you using this one, Iris? Are you using this is Chris's, okay? The relative strength from the open. Are you using this one? Or I should say, do you have this one? Okay. Well, okay, let me do this. Okay, I'm going to save this one and I'll just give it to you. So, but as Steve was saying, it's a good idea to learn how to do some of this stuff on your own. Okay, so all I did was I took his original scan that you say you got, the relative strength from the open, and all I did was I opened the top list. Okay, and then all I did was I typed in the search, I think I just typed in SMA just so I could find them all quickly. So there's the change. So what Dave did, he said he wanted to make sure that anything showing up in this scan was above the 50, 20, and the 8 SMA. So all you do is you add the filter, change from the SMA, add the filter, and just put some, what did I put? I put zero point zero 0.01. Put zero point zero 0.01 in each one of them. I don't think it really matters, what the number is. It's just a matter of making sure they're above these. That's all I did. Okay. But I popped that link in, so you've got it now. You've got this scan now. And again, it's not much different from this. Okay, the biggest scanners from the open. But what I would do is I would just kind of eyeball both of them and see if there's anything different showing up. Well, for any topless window, yeah. I mean, to make a change to an alert window or a topless window, you're always right clicking configure, always. And then all I did was, you want to, but I've given you the scan. Okay, but you should learn how to do some of this stuff on your own, because if maybe you don't want, maybe you want to add instead the 10 SMA. I don't know. If you type in SMA in the search terms, these are this is what's going to pop up: 50, 20, 10, and 8. And then you just click on it and add the filter. But I've given it to you. But this is all I did. I added these 3 filters to the scan that you say you've got. And I just made a minimum of 0.01 just to make sure it's above it. That's all. That's all it's doing. So to answer your question, Happy, yeah, it's a change in percent. Well, yeah, the one I gave you will have that change in it. This scan that I gave you will have those EMAs, those SMAs, EMAs. I'm sorry, the SMAs. It'll have that in there. So you can do one of two things. You can scrap the other one that you say you had and just use this one, or you can run them both just to see if there's a massive difference. Hey guys, I'm getting a good trade out of DraftKings now. All right, look at the market, following the market, following the market. Yeah, that's a that custom filter. I know I used to have that also. Yeah, so Mohammed, I'm the wrong person to ask. I have no explanation, okay? The question was regarding gold. I'm confused why the price of gold keeps going down. However, it should be the safe haven in a time of inflation and recession. Do you have any explanation for that? No, I don't. And there you go. So PW is giving you an explanation. You're right. You know, typically when the markets are things are weak, there used to be, but you're talking years and years and years ago, a flight to the precious metals, gold especially. Uh, I don't know if that correlation still really exists. So there you go. People who are much more accomplished at understanding gold and silver and precious metal patterns versus what the market's doing. I've never paid attention to it. I'm just watching this market as it. I mean, you talk about a schizo market. I mean, I've already said, used that term before, but the market was mildly positive, and then before the market opened, it started to drop a little bit. We had a nice big 45 minutes pop right up, and then all of a sudden, just a huge move down. And now look at this move up. So I'm just watching my DraftKings my DraftKings long, and it's just tracking the market. Okay. The minute I see any sort of a bit of a pause or certainly a red candle, I'm gone. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. That was in the general market talk. Okay. Okay. I'm out. Now, I should have mentioned this also but I was so wrapped up in the DraftKings. I actually shorted this one too while I was on my break. The reason being is I kept looking at this HKD, and this is really starting to give it up. So right around there is about the same time, and it wasn't easy. I mean, it sort of popped around a little bit, but it's giving me a little bit. I was in at what 732 on the short, and I've covered some now because it looks like maybe that seven's going to hold. But it was just really based on what this other one was doing, the HKD, really giving it up, and that's why I had that price alert there. So just a couple little trades while I was on my break, so I can kind of trade like you guys and not have any distractions. Is it has it been unleashed? CRBG? Yeah, I think I didn't. Yeah, I've been shying away from the more expensive ones. So IPO price at 21, so it's basically right there. I never was an IPO player, okay? Ever. It's only in the last, I don't know, it's been a year now that we've had these crazy structured ones with hardly any shares and low priced, and then the first day they go crazy. That I've become a little more interested. But listen, when you say agree, I mean this is not IPOs are obviously very tricky. The first day, I mean, there's no history. The only way I would play an IPO on the first day before, and let's see if this works. What did you say that was? CRBG. CRBG. Okay. I'm going to put an alert at the high here, 2106, and see if later on it takes it out. Now, typically what I do is I wait a couple of hours, but this launched fairly late. A lot of times it used to be like clockwork. IPOs would come, especially, well, the more expensive, well, the traditional IPOs, with the Goldman Sachs and the Morgan Stanleys, the JP Morgans, etc. Typically, they'd come out right around 10:30. So what I would do is I would give it a couple of hours, and then I would put a price alert at the high. And if it took that out later on in the afternoon, I would maybe dabble in it. That's the only way I would play an IPO the first day. Now that's changed though, with these low floaters. I'm a little more liberal, adventuresome. AUVI. You guys were talking about that. Is that an additional patent that they had? I mean, I thought that was the patent that they got here, or not a patent, but a FDA approval. Maybe that's the same thing. So I don't know if that's the same thing that happened here with AUVI. I know the FDA uh, gave them the approval of their product here. This is way back in June. All right, guys. So tomorrow I'm probably going to go back to I'm going to, like, while it's probably nice, have a big, big symbol. I prefer to look a little bit more like this, a little more compact. So I'm probably going to go back a little bit, back to my other layout. So for those of you wondering, can you reduce the font size? Again, this is an upcoming build, okay? This is not available for you guys yet, but it'll say use browser interface. And that's how you can get it. So now it's very smooth. When stocks are moving, it's very smooth up and down instead of the herky-jerky motion. But what I found is if you increase the number of lanes, that's what I did. Now I'm at 14, and that allows me, I don't know why, I wish we could just change the font size, but anyway, that allows me to get this smaller. So it's not quite the footprint. Hmm. Let's take a look at beet. What is beet doing? All right, so I mean, look how choppy this is, guys. I mean, normally, the higher the time frame, 15, usually it smooths things out a little bit, but look how choppy this has been all day. Choppy meaning all these topping tails, bottoming tails, up down motion. But if beat somehow at the end of the day or towards the end of the day starts taking out these levels here, say the 225 level. So back up if you have your daily chart up, let's take a look at 225. Yeah, I mean, the next high, see what it did though? I mean, that might stall it still. Look what it got to today. It got up to 234. And what is the high over here? 239. I mean, that basically, stopped it. That's why always hear me look left, look left, look left on the daily chart. Check to see where the next high is. In this particular case, it got within 3 cents of the high of April 20th. Okay, guys. Well, as it turns out, that DraftKings exit was okay. Little pullback on the market with that topping tail. Wow, look at this Acadia guy. Wow. Now, this is an interesting looking daily chart, Acadia. So what's the next high looking left is 1825. You can see if it can take that out. I mean, there's the next high is 2035. That is this is a great looking daily chart. I don't know what's happening today. So on the 13th, this is news on the 13th. New drug application gets FDA priority review. Okay, that was on the 13th. That's the last real news I have. I think they might have, and they did a presentation on the 13th. Okay, that was at the Morgan Stanley Global Healthcare Conference, not Wainwright. So anyway, obviously, whatever they presented, people are loving it. Well, loving it. I mean, within reason. But you can just see that if it can take this out, I'm going to do the same thing, guys. You can take a buy alert. I'm going to buy it in the simulator. If it takes out this a little bit above that, oops, dropped it in the wrong spot. Okay, so we're going to buy it at 1825. This is in the simulator. See what happens. Yeah, maybe I was wrong. The market is, what are we at now? NAS is down, Dow's up, SPY's down. So a little disconnect, but minor disconnect in the market right now between the so-called value stocks versus growth stocks. How do I change the color of the race names from green to white? Okay, you can't change the color. I think what's happened. I don't know what build you're on, Dean. I can't remember what it was looking like for me yesterday or the day before. This is a new build that I'm on. Okay, development version. So there's nothing in here that allows you to actually make changes like that. I think this is just going to be part of the new build. So what version of Trade Ideas do you have? You click on Help and About because it's possible that you and anybody on the latest version are the symbol names in white. Yeah, 5.6 is quite old. I think even if you went to a later version, that's only in my build. Okay, thank you, Pepe. So it's only in my build. Okay, so that's coming. Good old Pepe. I do appreciate every time you pop in and help me like that. I really do. I kind of kid around, but I really do. Saves me from having to, load an old build and see what's going on. Well, you can have, I guess the latest build is what Pepe is saying, of High Point. Well, even if you had the latest version that you could have, you're not going to have this. Okay, you're not going to have the symbols in white, even if you were on the latest version that you could have. Um, the latest version that you could have. So the latest version, so 5.6.4, and then is there a beta? So there is the latest beta, 5.6.9. That is the latest version you can have. But as Pepe is pointing out, you won't have this yet. So I'm always on a development version, okay? But you can see what's upcoming. I'm sorry, guys. Some clown tried to post something in. Now, at least YouTube, it automatically said no. Here's another interesting one, the CRBU. So what I'm really looking at more now is the large cap gainers from the open right now. I suppose these are more volatile, of course, but right now the large cap gainers from the open, because at the beginning of the day, of course, with the market doing this, there weren't very many, that were moving higher because, the market was down so much. But look at CRBU, another nice, interesting one, breaking over 13. Barely snuck in, okay? I have a minimum of 50 million in the float. Half a billion market cap, 50 million in the float for this particular scan. So barely snuck in. But I'm sorry, I didn't mean to scare you here. Come on. Let's take a look left and what do we see? You know what? I mean, it looks like the next high is 1357. Yeah, it looks like around 30 right here. This candle right there looks like around. I'm sorry, that's not right. Right here, 1384. No, 1348. 1348 is the next high looking left. So a little bit of room, 1348 from 1306 to 1348. Of course, when I say that, I'm not saying it's getting there, but at least there is room for some move. Saw this one yesterday, guys. This is now another all-time low for Napa Valley. I'm sorry, it is not. The Duckhorn, well, I don't know what this is. What do they do? No, it is. Yeah, Napa Valley. Well, it's in the Napa Valley. Obviously, the Duckhorn portfolio. And it's had 3 bad days and it's an all-time low. So at this point, right, guys, I'm not in anything right now. Just kind of biding my time. I'm going to do something right here. Hmm. Don't worry, guys. I think I know what I'm doing, but all right. So that looks like the minimum width you need. Okay, guys, just experimenting here. You know what? For my purposes, I think I'll just stick with the big font. I heard Steve talk about EVGO in the YouTube room when I was just before I took over for him. Yeah, EVGO. I mean, here's another one. Look at the nice room it's got. 1090 is the next high looking left. And he was talking about if you got this trade, at that 10 SMA, it still hasn't broken the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Look at the market. It looks like my DraftKings is going to keep moving then. When I say I'm not in it anymore, but look at this market. What a comeback. Another crazy, crazy day. Now, so the tech is still, the NAS is still negative. Wow, what a move this has had. This KPTI from down here 480 up to 526 is the next high looking left. See if there's any news. Another one of these companies just, presenting. They did this on the 12th. What are we, the 15th now? So the Morgan, that used to be, I used to know about this one, the Morgan Stanley Global Healthcare Conference. Pretty big conference. You can get a calendar actually to see when these companies are presenting, and you can kind of, you know, maybe time entries ahead of the presentation. Wait a moment, guys. I'm getting a sound alert, and I don't know where it's coming from. Wow, this is ugly. What happened to this one? TCRT. So if there's any news on this one, 42% drop. So there's your news. Oh, see you in the 120, 110. I see for the TCRT. Ah, it was shortable for me too. All right, guys, kind of biding my time right now. Shoot, which one was I talking about that had the room? Up to about 20 something. I think I put a, I don't think it was EVGO. Yeah, something's going on here because I'm almost 100. Well, maybe I'm wrong. I thought I put a conditional buy order in on it. Oh, it's Acadia. It was Acadia, ACAD. So it is here. Good. Okay. I thought something was screwing up. So let's take a look at Acadia. Yeah. So it didn't hit. All right, guys. So market is still just slightly under in the SPY, positive Dow, and tech is still underwater. Oof, I saw this on your bounce plate. Look at IOTA now. IOT, through 12 now. And when you look left, yeah, this has got some room, guys. Oh, wait a minute. What's that bottom there? 1175. So it's, there's a little stalling action maybe at 1175 for this IOT. But if it can take through that, then 11 is the next low. Mr. Jorn, good morning or afternoon. Morning for me still, is it? Yeah, 10:35 here. Okay, guys, definitely watching this IoT. I know it showed up on Zach's bounce scan, and I guess it did have a little bounce, but boy, if this ever takes out this 1175 area, let's see how well it holds underneath 12. Yeah, you mentioned Boeing. I saw that you just, I know it's out of the price range I like, but yeah, nice move for Boeing. 148 to 153 from the high to the low. This FFIE has not moved much. Back this out a bit. Yeah, it has not moved much. I mean, 107, 111. But you never know. Later on, it got up to, it only got up to 117. It's not a low float either, according to our data anyway. 179 million in the float. That is a huge float for a $1 stock. But I just would never do it for real. So I know you love it. Yeah, I mean, there's a high 82, low 76, $6 swing right there. Boy, the choppiness of some of these stocks all day long. Difficult to trade intraday, that's for sure. All right, for you CFVI fans, let's take a look at this one right here, okay? You can kind of see if it can ever get back over this 1220 level, maybe it'll start to go, okay? Maybe. So just do it. Put the buy button in there or click on the buy button, okay? And we'll see what happens. This is in the simulator. See if it takes that trade, see if it breaks above that, because if it does, you know, obviously it's got a ton of room. They got absolutely trashed after the merger announcement. All right, guys, give me one moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. Had a great day. CMRA's had a great day. Here's it, number one on the hit parade here. The high a couple of days ago was 428. So, I mean, it's possible. I think this is the one. This is GSHD, which just was sinking for the last 3 days. Had the big down day 3 days ago, and some minor down days yesterday and the day before, and now trying to come back a little bit. Now this is following against the market right now. Market is starting to drift down. Shoot, I missed it. I wanted that one, Zach. I was waiting on a 12 break. I was waiting on that 12 break. Here is that was the level right there, that 1175. Now it's below it. Son of fill in the blanks. No excuse, no excuse. I mean, I wanted this one. I wanted it, and I started looking at something else, and I just got distracted. No EMA option, no. Mookie, I know, as crazy as it sounds. Now, unless you go to the Market Explorer, there's one scan that I think has EMA in it. 821 EMA trend pullback, but no, we do not have. I know, as crazy as it sounds, we don't have EMAs. You can put EMAs on your chart, but not as a filter. Ah, I'm always amazed that I don't say something really bad. Uh, too many French. You got to be people who speak French in here, so I don't want to upset them either. Oh, I can I can string together all sorts of bad words in French. Most of the bad words in French are to do with the church. Yeah, we digress, though. We digress. All right. Well, move on, move on, move on. Well, originally I said if it could get through 1175, underneath is around 11, right? Has a shot. Yeah, there's that 1175, and then all the way down here. I mean, 1056 actually, even less than 11. Is that right? Yeah, 1058. So I mean, if it continues, it's taken that out, that 1175, briefly anyway. Okay, so Mookie, a question in our YouTube room was where to find the 821 EMA. So this is in the market. It's in the Market Explorer, and hopefully you're using you're not on the web-based version. So if you click on New from our toolbar, click on New from the toolbar, click on Market Explorer. These are all the scans that Michael has built, Michael Noss at Trade Ideas. And if you right-click, select the strategy, then you see all the strategies are here. And one of them is the 821 EMA trend pullback. Okay. No, that man was a true gentleman. Ugh. I cannot chase it. I cannot chase it. I cannot chase it. Talking about the IOTA or IOT. Yeah, tell me what you think about it, Mookie. I don't really use anything from the Market Explorer. I do have the 10 SMA up just to out of curiosity to see what sort of how well how I mean it works unbelievably well in terms of that 10 SMA. When I say works, I mean it is showing you, hitting into the 10 SMA. So look at the Fry, FREY. There's that 10 SMA. So it works exactly the way Michael wanted it to. So this is what I'm talking about, guys. Of those of you who want to play around with it, if you click on New and then again Market Explorer window, and then you'll have this the overall strategy window will pop up. Right click, and then where it says Select Strategy, just hover over it, and the box will pop up. So he's created a lot of them now. And there's the 10 SMA play on the daily and the 10 SMA play. So what this is, if you click on that, the 10 SMA play, this is what you'll see. So every 15 minutes, if there is one, because it has to wait for the candle to close. So every 15 minutes. So this is what it's looking for Frey. It's looking for stocks that I think are relatively strong coming into the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So you see there's that blue line there. That blue line is the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So let's take a look at laser. You can see exactly what happened. It touched it. So, I mean, the theory being is what is it going to do at the 10 SMA? Is the 10 SMA going to hold it and then maybe bounce off it? Or does it, if it breaks through underneath it, maybe that sets up a short? Okay, so that I guess is the theory. Take a look at TCOM, same thing. But I guess I was really interested to see, how well it actually looks. And that's, it's bang on. Bang on. So there's VET. So obviously you see VET as we speak. it is not holding. I mean, it's right there. I mean, you can't, you're not going to quibble over a couple of pennies here, but does this mean if it's breaking down through it? I mean, it's possible, especially if the market is doing this. So what Michael is trying to do here, these are all canned, okay? In other words, you cannot alter them at all. He's created all these, and I hopefully now, I don't know if it's organized in the same way that I've got it here, but TI strength alert, okay, pattern recognition, bear flags, bull flags, the gap downfill, gap upfill, gap and pullback to the 10 SMA. There's another one, gap, and pull back to the 10 SMA. So stock gapped up and it pulled back to the 10 SMA. Take a look at it. Now you have to check the time. I think this is, okay, so this is on a daily chart. Must be on a daily chart because there's no time stamp. It's just the date. But you can experiment with them. You might find one that really makes sense and you can adopt it as part of your trading plan. Okay, I'm not as upset about the IOT now. Now that it had the big pop. So again, you click on an alert, check to see where that 10 SMA is. I mean, Steve Gomez swears by it. And Steve, of course, works for Trade Ideas. Whoa, 157, guys, I'm in a marketing meeting. So let me just get this, my message out here. I'm on mute in a meeting. It starts at 2, so I'll just get prepared for it. So I'll put myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. Exciting stuff on the horizon, especially in the mobile area. Guys, I'm in an Oh, it just popped a little bit. I'm in this EHTH. Um, nothing fabulous yet. I'm in it. I think it was 513. Yeah, 513. I saw that little break over five. Getting a little more aggressive on taking some of these things. Not worrying as much about, well, certainly on the daily chart, I want to see the room, but I'm not worried as much about intraday resistance as much. So the EHCH was showing up here. I hadn't seen it at all today. It hasn't won a race. Doesn't matter. Doesn't They don't all have to win a race. But when I did look left, I saw that it had room to 531. So from what did I say, 513? I'm in. Yeah, 512 actually. 512. I'm in. So if if it got in the mid 20s, I'll consider that a win. Well, I posted that ATXG was moving, and it was moving, but now it's just dropped again. So, little too choppy right now. And I was a little hesitant because HKD is just giving it up completely. So, not that I mean they're not linked in terms of sector. Well, they might even be the same sector. They're not the same sector. It's just low priced China IPO that went crazy a few days ago. A few weeks ago, I guess now. 31st, actually only 2 weeks ago. Seems like a lot longer. AMBP. Let's take a look at that one. I haven't seen that one for a while. Let me take a look at that IPO. Obviously, it has not triggered. CRBG. So just gonna click on this. So again, this is the only thing that may get me into it on the day if it takes out that high. Yeah, high looks like it's around 21. Yeah, 2105. I mean it's not that far away. 25 cents away. So later on in the day, if there's some enthusiasm again for this one, taking out that high, that could get me involved. And that's on the CRBG. I see why you guys were talking about, yeah, ENVX. First alert was at 2550. That's why I'm saying, they're a little bit tricky. You get your first alert at 2550 and then 2596 and then 2618. So, I mean, you're always wondering, well, should I short it here or here or here? So that's why I'm saying it's, for experienced traders only. All right, guys, let's see, 248. Well, you can see if skin can take this air. Okay, how much room does it have? Yeah, up to the high, about 30 cents or so. You can see if it can take out this 256, 1256 area, it might have a bit of a run. This is running counter. Oh, look at this market. This is running counter to the market right now. Okay, there's 3 bars up. We've got all the stuff that's happened on the SPY. So this is running definitely counter to the market right now, as is the eHealth, EHTH. What a This is maybe one of the choppier days I can remember. You get that. All right, we're on our way again, guys. No, we're not. Yeah, congrats on this one, guys. Yeah, I saw you guys talking about it. Which were they, Todd? Just for out of curiosity, the two stocks at ADTX. Okay, ADTX. Oh yeah, well that was the one from yeah, yesterday. Yeah, 1069 back down to 1030. Yeah, but you can kind of see if it could ever make its way through that. Yeah. What was the other one? And Getty? Yeah, I saw Getty. Getty on the run. It was on the run here. There it is up here. But yeah, oh man, yeah, it's a big rug pull. Big one. Yeah, wow. I mean, that's why you got to be so careful. You know, it's funny because if that float information is correct, 125 million in the float, you wouldn't expect it. Like 1369 down to 1173. Of course, this is an NFT nonsense. Can I say that? Nonsense. Well, it's not so much the hold times. It's not that is, I mean, I'll get out of something really quickly if I don't like the way it's trading. But yeah, I don't look at a 1 minute chart ever. I bet you today it'd be insane. I mean, if these 15-minute charts are having this sort of action, it must be insane looking at a 1 minute chart. Hard to believe it could be more volatile today than today, right, Pete? But yeah, the old quadruple witching hour. But this has been extremely volatile. Let's bring up a big SPY chart. And So that was pre-market early. Okay, that's at about 6:15 Eastern time. Then all of a sudden we had this little drop here, but then it came back a little bit. But then this is the oh moment. Okay, maybe the mark. But then look at this, the first 30 minutes, actually 45 minutes, because remember, this was a green candle. So this was three green candles until, the buyers or sellers took over, and then look out. And then, okay, a little glimmer of hope, then look out. This looked like, okay, enough of this nonsense, but not even close. I mean, this has been so challenging. That's why, these sort of little guys that are, yes, they're certainly more volatile than, the larger cappers, but they typically are not as beholden to what's happening with the overall market. All right, guys, it is 2:55 now. So typically what I do around now is I'll put myself on mute. I'm still here. You can always ask me questions. I'll hop back on the mic. Gives me a chance to catch up on a few things, some house cleaning, etc. Not literally house cleaning, but so let me just put that announcement in. Okay, guys. Yeah, I saw that reel. Always appreciate your posting your scans. Right. Thank you, Zach. So rum, a pad, yo ho ho, and a bottle of. So rum on, that'll be the news ticker. We'll see how it trades. Boy, guys, this jewel still has room. I mean, I'm looking at this daily chart, and it looks like the resistance is right at that resistance level, 240. That's the high rate over here, 241, 240, 250. No, 265. That's right. I can't see that the top. Okay, so a little bit more to go through. I was hoping it was mainly around 240 or 250. Then it would have room to that 270, 280 level. But yeah, maybe not enough. What a run it's been on, though. I've seen this every day, every single day. All right, Mookie. So in our YouTube room, Mookie asked a question. When you find a strategy from the Market Explorer that you like and you want to try it, is there any way to save it, or do you have to go back to the Market Explorer every time and select the strategy every time? No. You can incorporate it as part of your layout. Okay. I mean, I do have this one up and running, and you just incorporate it as part of your layout. So if you have it loaded, whatever strategy that you're looking at. I know you're looking at that 820, 821 EMA, but whatever strategy you're looking at, or multiple strategies, when you save your layout, this will be saved. Okay. It'll be saved as part of your layout. So no, you do not have to load it every time. Okay, guys, I'm out of that e-health, minor profit. Yeah, you're right, Zach. My goodness, what happened to Roblox or Roblox? I mean, I was looking to see if it's just following the market. I mean, the market is just getting hammered again. But that giant red candle, I mean, you'd look to see if there's any specific news for it. Yeah, I don't see it. No, Market Explorer is available to standard servers as part of our standard service. Now, if you click on new and you see Premium Market Explorer, that means you're not on the latest version. There was talk that we were going to make it a premium service, but we're not now. Okay, so if you're on the latest version of Trade Ideas, either production or the beta, you will see it just as it doesn't say Premium Market Explorer. So you just click on it, and here they are, all the strategies right here. You say Michael Noss has spent a lot of time creating all these. Yeah, even if you didn't upgrade, I'm sure you can. I'm sure. I mean, if you don't want, I mean, you don't have to upgrade. I'm pretty sure even if you clicked on where it says Premium, you'll be able to load it. But I would always upgrade anyway. I always like being on the latest version of the software. So, okay, guys, I'm not going to go over my homepage too much other than just save my link. Save my link. All my scans are there. All the education is there. Okay. A lot of information on my homepage. So take a look. Again, the scans, you want these two scans, they're there. I have some other scans that I am sharing. And of course, the big education link. And a way in which you can get the free trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. You can sign up for my video that I do at noon every day. It was one tweet, it was up 4% today, RBLX. You mean at one point it was up 4%? I guess it might have been, yeah. And so what you're saying is somebody tweeted something about it and that drove it down? Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, good exit for me on the eHealth, EHTH. See, it's starting to drop now. Man, what is tomorrow going to bring? Lots of plays. Yeah, well, there are lots of plays. It's just a matter of, finding your entries. Well, I don't know about the ATXG. Just, take a look at the HKD. I mean, the bloom is kind of off these guys now. Not only just these guys, but those China low floaters that were so active yesterday. Oh man, the goose is getting cooked here. Wow. 1741, next low is looking left. I think the glory days are over for goose guys. I mean, it's just not the brand it used to be. It doesn't have the same cachet, in my opinion. There was a time about 4 years ago that you go to a Canada Goose store and it was packed lineups. Now they're tumbleweeds. Who was the tweet? Who was it by? Obviously, somebody with a big following. John, who was the tweeter in this particular case? I think I know the name. Excuse me, I know the name. Okay, there's this boy, the Z Fox. I think that was the area that what time? What 8? Oh no, 8:15 is the next high. It just keeps moving higher. Okay, so Mookie, there's no alert. Okay, there's no alert that you can create because we don't have a data point for the pre-market highs and lows. Okay, you can create a scan that'll show you that are stocks that are close to the pre-market highs. But if you're looking for an alert that when it get an alert when it crosses the pre-market high or the pre-market low, there isn't one. Okay, but you can create, say, you know, how you can kind of get around it if you create a top list. So let me just to show you. So I'm going to click on configure or even an alert window, but let me just show you what I'm talking about. So here are the pre-market. Oh, there you are, Chris. Just give me a moment. I'm just sort of, you might even want to take over on this, but what I was going to show you though, Mookie, is there is the position in pre-market range, okay? So there's the filter. So if you added the filter, and if you said, okay, let's make it at least, minimum of 95. So that means it's within 5% of the pre-market high. So it's not at the pre-market high. And then, so using that filter, again, you might have to experiment. Maybe make it like 95 to 99 in the max. And then create your alert could be a new 5-minute high. And maybe that pops it even through. Okay, but so there is no alert that's going to show you when it actually breaks it. Okay, does that make sense? And that's not necessarily the worst thing because a lot of times what we're looking for is has it broken the pre-market and how close is it to it, in other words. So you could actually then, if you wanted to, create a top list and create a top list and then just show the stocks that are, say, within 95 to 99%, whatever that number is. And then you could sort it on that top, on make sure you have it as a column, of course. And then you sort it on the column and you'll see say the ones that are almost at the pre-market high. That might even be a better thing to do than the actual, because let's say something breaks a pre-market high. What if it does it like in a huge way? Okay, so it may be too late. So you can, but so you may be able to set yourself up for showing for seeing the stocks that are near the pre-market high, and putting in either a conditional buy order or something like, try to use our simulator, or if you want to, go use real money. You know what I'm saying? You can set up a conditional buy or a price alert, if that makes sense. Christopher.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I've got a kitty on my lap. She just showed up. I was wondering what the heck is
Surprise.
going on. I was looking at my screen and all of a sudden, poop, a little. Oh, look at this Z Fox. All right, Chris, you
Yeah.
want to take over or?
You got it. Yeah, I'm ready if you're ready.
Okay, I am always ready. I'm
Very good.
always
I've
ready.
swapped the screen out, and you are off and biking or running or
Okay,
walking
thank you,
or
Chris. We'll
sitting.
talk to you tomorrow.
Sounds good, Barry. Take care.
Yeah, bye bye.
All right, everybody. Happy Thursday, aka Friday Junior. We are in the tail end of the week here. One day to go. About an hour left to go in today's market session. Excuse me, half an hour left to go in today's market session. And another interesting one for us here. Set a chart up of MEGL, took a trade there. But before I start going over anything that I was watching today, I want to just make sure everybody knows that this is an open forum. So any questions, please fire those away for me here. I always say I can't answer the questions that are not asked. So I put up a SPY chart real quick, and we can see here that level of interest, that line that I drew months and months and months ago now it's still the level of interest. That's all there is to it. Um, I don't think things will change with this being a big deal anytime soon. Again, we look like the path of least resistance continues to be that way. We got a head fake this way. I'd call this cruel and unusual punishment for the Bulls. I think the Bears got a big victory here. They took a few sessions off and came in with a vengeance here. So we'll see. I say that, and for all I know, tomorrow we bounce back up towards 400 again, right? But we're nowhere near a new bull market as of now. So that just kind of is what it is. It's the market we've got, not the market most of us anyways want, although there might be some fans that are perma bears here. So, kudos to you if you are, you hopefully have your strategy. You're making money on that. Other than that, the Nasdaq. Let's throw up a Q's chart real quick here. That's selling off pretty heavily itself, as we can see here, and we've got we're well below our last level of interest here, and we're looking at this down here. That could happen real fast. That could happen real fast right now. Um, just no quarter with it. But with all that said, still plenty of actionable stuff out there today. So Barry said, Z Fox, as he was making his way out, grinder all day long, up a buck grinding all day long. And then it's really took off here and it's been grinding along this 8 EMA on a 15-minute chart all day long. Doesn't look quite as nice on a 5-minute chart here. A little more whippy. The other thing to note here is that, it's only traded 828,000 shares on the day. So the volume is good. The liquidity it's not bad, but that's kind of tough. I'd like to, when you're seeing something like this, you'd rather see it up over 1 million at this point, or I would rather see it up over 1 million anyways. It doesn't mean it's not tradable. You just, it's one of those ones that, it's going to be a little spready and a little tougher of a trade, whipping you around and making your emotions move around. It does have 128 million in the float, nearly 129 million anyways that we're reporting. So This is not something that I think is easily moved necessarily. So there's got to
Mm.
be some bigger players at the table here. Obviously, it's a newer issue. We don't have a ton of data going back here. This looks like the beginning of August. Has to be right. So interesting. It's just counting trading days here. So no, it's not the beginning of August. That's 8/4. Interesting how that was done like that. I don't know why it's on scale that way. 20th day of trading. Huh. Anywho, let's bring that up. What I find really funny is you had a whole bunch of people last week on the Twitter box calling this an inverted head and shoulders here. And what would be an inverted head and shoulders? And while it still could technically be an inverted head and shoulders, and we could start to make our way this way, I don't think so. Well, technically, that is the pattern. That is the inverted head and shoulders pattern. I don't think we're going to see a reversal here in the market, though. Not a major one, not the start of a new bull market. I think we'll still continue to get bounces. We'll still end up that way eventually. But you're saying since July, I guess you're saying here, here, and here for that head and shoulders is what I'm guessing. I could see that. Yeah, I can make that argument. You could even call it a complex head and shoulders with a double shoulder right here on the on this side. This was, hindsight being 2020, without a question, head and shoulders or complex head and shoulders again. Pull that out like that. So interesting stuff all the same. While nobody's got any comments or questions for me, with the exception of Hans. But yeah, I can see what you're saying. I think I see what you're saying there, Hans. Let's run through a few things. So we talked about ZFox CMRA. Beautiful move here. Looks nice on a 5-minute chart. Nice move that happened there today. We got Getty. Big explosion there. Good liquidity. Pretty good volume. Not sure what that was all about. But defended this 12 level is really well here. A lot of topping shadows. Definitely a tough trader. Not impossible. Definitely a tough trader. Looks a little nicer on the 5-minute chart for the moving averages. ATGX, this was a total head fake today. Again, why patience pays, price pays. Rushing does not pay, opinions do not pay. This thing made some big move today early on. That was it. Couldn't do anything else. MEGL, flip side, patience paying again, makes a move, comes back and defends around the $7 level before making a nice move up and then giving it up the rest of the day. So that's why we don't marry these things. We get in, we get out, right? Magic Empire Global Limited. Yeah. Again, here on the 5-minute chart, illustrated as well. A few more topping and bottoming shadows, but pick your poison on the charts. A nice trade on that today to be had. JEWL. This thing did not have any volume in it today. Well, let me rephrase that. Didn't have much liquidity, did have volume. So, it's doing almost 4 times what it's normally doing. It only traded 500,000 shares to this point in the day. So not a whole lot there. But I mean, the thing has potential. Look at what it's done here. So while today's range is not exactly stellar, you've got a good portion of the move was in a gap up today and then just grinding higher. Might be something people want to keep on their screens or on a watch list moving forward. As you never know, you've got earnings in a few days. So that could play a pretty heavy role in the moves that it makes. EVGO. Yeah, well, you had this move up here. on a pullback, a move up here. You pull back, kind of basing up above 10. It can make a run again up above 10. Might be setting up. Tomorrow could be a follow through day. This is really held up with the averages are selling off. I mean, this is really held up well with the averages selling off. You've got good volume, you got really good liquidity. That's good stuff right there. Short float to fuel the fire if it gets moving. Now, where people short from is going to be the question. Can't really answer that. If a majority are short from these areas in here, they're moving underwater. If a majority are short here, they're sitting okay still right now. So no way to really know that. But that's good. That's a decent looking chart there. You get up above that $10 level. It's a huge psychological level. You can get your run in there. 67 million in the float, so it's not a low floater. I wouldn't consider it a low floater, although some people think that anything under 100 million is a low float. Some people, I've met people that think anything under 200 million is a low float. So, that kind of becomes relative to each individual. AMTD, that was on the races again. Not a whole lot there. Very liquid stock, good volume, but no real move in it today. So, well, we'll see. Volume almost matches yesterday overall, but here's the thing: you had rising volume towards the close, you have declining volume all day long. So, it does not bode well for the price action on the positive side of that. BIAF, and not a whole lot here. I mean, started coming through here, made this little move up above. I mean, it was an okay move on that $5 break. Would have been a tough trader. It looks a lot nicer on a 5-minute chart here. We know that it's got potential here. We've seen some big ranges on some of these days. Even these smaller days are still good ranges in them. So the stock can very much move. Very, very, very low float, under a million in the float. So one of those ones you're going to be extra careful with. You don't get rug pulled on that. And last but not least, for top 10 winners here, NRBO. Huge range on this today too. So I guess had an insane day a couple of days ago. It was a Tuesday, Wednesday. Sorry. So let's scroll back a little bit. So insane day Wednesday, and still quite a set of moves today. So as far as a day trader goes, I mean, good opportunity here in the sense that you really held this level all day long here. You really defended it. Nice pop up. And so anything, if you took something in this range here on that break above this level that looked like it was tough with those topping shadows, you'd still actually be sitting positive right now. So easy? No, but that's the name of the game. Again, anybody with questions, please fire those away for me. Otherwise I kind of just ramble on through charts that I was watching or things that have been of interest today. Other than that, I don't know. Was there anything else special going on today that I'm missing out on? You know what I just thought of was what is it, HKD? We were talking about that yesterday. Someone was asking if I thought it, be and have action today. Had a lot of action today. Look, huge gap up, big couple of $100 move essentially at some point. So what did it close at 200 yesterday? Ran up near 400 anyways during the day. But I mean, I know a chart's a chart, but something like this, I just have no interest in it. There's too much risk, not enough reward for me on this. There's high reward on these charts. It's just that the risk is more than I care for my heart to take. I just couldn't. I couldn't watch swings like that. And how do you even share size on something like that? How about beam? Beam, a beam of light. Um, Not bad. I mean, it's been in this downtrend. Looks like we put a bottom in, pulled back to here after coming up, defended this $50 level well. If we can get up above this, we could see a run here. Holding up very well considering the market getting tanked again today. I mean, tanked, it's down 1.25%, but look, it's down. It's down good, the market right now. By market, I'm overall looking at the SPY. You got the Nasdaq is down 1.6% and the Dow is down 0.65%. So, the SPY is down, the S&Ps is down, somewhere in the middle of those two. But you got good volume, or good liquidity, decent volume here. Good size short float, and the shorts have been moving out as the last reporting. So not a bad chart. As far as day trading goes, there's no real comment to make here as of now. You just play the price action coming into the next day. Swing trading wise, though, if you've got some reason that you like this stock, I think you got a really clearly defined risk level here, $50, and up above this level, you're looking at 70. So, it is a big risk to the reward right now, because that is definitely tough right there. Right now it's basically a 1-to-1, but I'd like to see it, for me to be interested, I'd like to see it break through that. Someone else might look at this and think, this level here is interesting too. You look how many candles are touching there, tops and bottoms of both red and green days. So you could have a tighter stop that way, giving you a lower risk, higher reward ratio. But not a bad looking chart, all things considered, to be honest. It doesn't look to be in complete lockstep with the market, at least for now anyways. I just will note this. Therapeutics. This is one of those things. I don't research these things, but they're dependent on FDA approvals and trials and studies in generally speaking. So, you get a bad report or don't get approval, or you get delayed on something, you'll wake up tomorrow and this thing could be at $5. And that's the real danger with these kinds of stocks, unfortunately. Yeah, you got it, Happy, of course. What else do we look at? So I see AMRS here, but at 1.3, and just like this here at 1.3. So it had, system's got to pick which 3 winners going to make the top 10. So here it got that here, and here it came here. So this one, tough, but it made a great move early on. Even got hung up around here on that 430 level and still made a nice push before giving it up. A lot of charts that look like this today, I think. A lot of middle finger charts. And I think it, pays well to look at these levels where this stuff is happening. It pokes its head up through this level that's obviously some serious resistance and comes right back down below that level again. So, that's why when you're looking at these things as a day trade, you don't try to look for those home runs like, oh, well, it's through it and it could run all the way up to $5. Sure, it could, but, if it runs up there, then what? Does it hold it up there? A lot of things aren't holding like that these days. So that's why, as Jamie Hodge would say, when the cookies are on the table, you got to take those cookies. You can't let that stuff reverse on you like that. But definitely an actionable idea out of here. Looking at it in these sets of candles here, 945, 950 to 955. Definitely an opportunity to get involved there. Never got too extended off this moving average here, this 8 EMA on a 5-minute chart. Is there anything else that I'm missing at this point from these scans? No, I don't think so. HIVE, what are you? You're nothing. You're just making noise. Blockchain technology, no interest there. What are you doing? DCPH. Yeah, you're just grinding along. 2.25%. Not great liquidity though, considering that we're 12 minutes and change from the close here. So I don't know if anybody's got questions. Fire those away. I don't really have much else to comment on right now. I think if you look at most of the sectors, they're going to really reflect the major averages overall. We've got banks somehow we're up today. I'm not sure how that happened. It's your regionals and your overall banking sector, and then you got the whole financial sector here, still technically green. Terrible looking charts though overall. And other than that, I mean, everything else is red again today. Natural gas back down again today. Maybe the party's over for natural gas. Hard telling, not knowing. Uranium, as I continuously say, uranium stocks are a bunch of liars. If anybody ever wonders what I mean by that, it's just uranium always looks like it's gonna, uranium stocks always look like they're getting ready for the big breakout, and they never make the big breakout. Not in my experience. Lithium, this was interesting because it was holding up well. Looking pretty weak again here. We'll see, but that's starting to look weak to me. Tan is holding up really well still, and that's holding up really well. There's all-time highs in it, but I don't know. Tan's still holding up well. We'll see what happens. So, energy overall. The market's getting drubbed today, so this kind of just, I feel like, playing along with the market for today. Let's get rid of the sector analysis. Yeah, dust is what the inverse of gold, right? Because gold is, I think you could just short gold for the rest of your life and you'll be good at this point. Yeah, bear for the gold miners. As I said before, I'm not saying people can't make money on gold. I just don't get it. There's no real world use for it. I don't understand it. And for anybody, it's an inflation hedge. Okay, well, all right. We have the highest inflation we've had in 40 plus years. Explain this gold chart to me. I don't, help me out. Someone help me understand it. I'm just kind of thinking out loud to myself whenever someone starts coming at with me about gold being an inflation hedge. Like, help me out. I'll be honest, back here, I got real bullish gold back here. That was coming out of COVID, and had a couple of nice trades in it. I got some of this. I got probably 15% of that move. I didn't get all that move. And after that happened, I got out and I said, all right, well, we're going to wait for a bounce on it because it's, one kind of parabolic and we'll see. And then there was just never really a bounce to this thing. You've got this, this big rounded bottom here. And a lot of people are like, this is it. This is gold's move right here. And it got all the way back up here. And as the data came out that should be bolstering gold prices, gold has continued to fail. So, I just maintain that, it's not the year 2000 anymore, or excuse me, not the year 2000 BC anymore, or whatever, whenever gold was popular. Just, the different world we live in. And gold just is not valuable. Yep, Michael Anthony, yep, oil down big. And gold is a scam. I guess. I don't know. I don't get it. Look, if there's a day and gold stocks are coming through my races, I'm going to chart them. I'm going to, intraday, I'm going to throw up some price alerts and things like that and see what happens. But there's no investment thesis there as far as I'm concerned. Yeah, it wouldn't be good for anybody if the dollar collapses completely. So, anyways, gold is gold. Sorry, big tangent there. I didn't need to do that. I just don't get it. All right, we're starting to really make our way into the close here. Compare count window showing us, you know, new lows really just outpacing those new highs, especially on the big caps here. SPY was actually just trying to put in some green candles here, and it just ain't happening. Just ain't happening. So, zoom out a little bit here. I mean, we'll have to get a relief bounce at some point, but I think we take a leg lower before we see a relief bounce. I think that's the way it's got to be. We had this relief bounce and a sell off and this relief bounce. I really think we're going to have to see it go this way now. All right. With all that said, if no real other questions are coming in, Hans, it's funny. I do pretty decent with energy stocks when I'm trading them. I do terrible with uranium stocks. I should rephrase that. With oil and gas stocks, I do well because uranium's energy too. I do not do well with uranium stocks. I'd say for every win I've got about 4 losses in there. So I don't know. I just always seem to have poor timing with those stocks. I don't know if it's just the way it's been or it's me or what, but I'm very good at getting stopped out of uranium stocks. All right, so with all that said, been messing around again, trying to make a scan that back tests well and isn't overly done on filter. So I don't know. Let's mess around here and build something and see what comes out of it. Trying to decide what alert I want to use here. A lot of times I've been going with this crossed above resistance when I'm playing around. I've never messed around with these too much. All these alerts. I'm more of a filters guy. I'm trying to find something that's strong from the open, trying to capture something like what I'm doing with the races here and turn it into an alert window. About these patterns. I'm not a pattern guy like that. I don't know. I'm gonna stay with this crossed above resistance here, and start messing around. Start plugging in some values. Let's start at $4. I don't know. Let's put a cap at 100. And again, if anybody has questions, on software or anything, let me know. I'll pause for those. If not, I'm just gonna talk our way through this here. So let's check it out. Let's see 500,000 shares on the day. I don't know. Let's see something that's up at least 3% from the open. What else do we want to add here? What else do we want to add here? Mike C, what's happening? Always with the kind words. I don't know about fabulous and all those things like that, but I'm scraping by these days. I'm making it. You know what? Let's go with the S&P filter in here. All right, where's that at? Where's my change? Let's go with the change in the S&P. So over the last 30 minutes, that can't be down more than, I don't know, minus point. Let's go with minus 0.2. How's that sound, everybody? All right, so we've got that. We've got that. I don't know. Let's just go with this and let's back test some stuff and see what it even looks like right now. And we'll see how we might be able to trim some fat. Let's back test. Let's start at 9:50 a.m. Let's open it up, hold its stocks for the entire day. Let's not give it any risk management other than that. Let's go back. Our 63 days is what we can do right now and simulate a buy and let's see what happens. That does not look like too great right now. Mostly I'm just kind of thinking out loud. So 1900 trades. Daily chart looks really horrific. Let's see how we can't start to optimize this a little bit. So price intervals, let's go to a dollar interval start here. If it makes any sense. Nah, doesn't look like there's something to really cut. Lots of green, lots of red all mixed together. Time of day. Looks like trading in the first hour and a half doesn't look very good. Let's change that to, let's go with the 5 minutes here. Ah, wow, that's brave, Mike. See, HKD, you're braver than me. No, I don't like anything. As not much to cut for fat from time of day at this point. Because I don't want to cut out the much earlier than I am already. So otherwise, we got to work our way all the way up to cutting all this out here. Let's see if there's another way to do this. Let's look at some filters. Let's look at change in S&P. Where is change in S&P? Dow change. I guess it's got to be down here. S&P change 30 minutes. So intervals at 0.2. So no, this filter doesn't seem to be holding us back in any way. Let's see something here. Did I do this wrong? I bet I did this wrong. Ha ha ha, Christopher, you're terrible. I always use the show me function. It's terrible. What a waste of 3 minutes right there. Interestingly enough, that doesn't really look like it makes the scan any better. All right, there we go. That's a little better now. Ah, all right. And the pre-market, Mike, see, still brave as far as I'm concerned. Not my cup of tea trading that stuff. Maybe one day when I've got like 30 million in the bank. All right, that gives us something to work with a little bit here. That's not a bad spread on the winners and losers. But you know what I forgot to do? Something I told myself I'm going to do when I'm trying to back test from now on is add a spread filter. Because I don't want to get involved in stocks that have really huge spreads. So let's go with 7 cents. Now let's check this out. So now we're making some headway here. Because I like everybody else have big ambitions of being able to do my own trading and then have something roll on its own. And hey, if I could get something that made me $100 a day, averaged $100 a day for let's say 100 trading days a year, because it's, looking at stuff for more bull market kind of stuff. I'd be okay with that. So, all right, daily here. It's all right. How do we stop these bigger losing days here, right? I want that profit factor high, and that's way too many trades. Way too many trades. So, all right, now come back to configure real quick here. What we got going on here? Huh. Up there, we're up there. I feel like if there's something else that we want to add, search. And again, if anybody's got suggestions, I can see that I must have bored a lot of the crowd that was in here, as about half you have disappeared at this point. Maybe let's throw some kind of SMA in here. What do we want to put for SMA? Let's not a 10 period on a 15-minute chart. Why not? Let's say it's got to be. Say it's got to be over it. What does that do to us here? Win rate doesn't look bad. I'm more concerned with profit factor than win rate, to be honest. You got a win rate of 40 and you got a profit factor of 2, you're looking all right. Especially the daily chart is a lot more winners than losers. We're still not cutting enough trades out, though. $5 intervals. So we're looking good here. Huh. I don't know if earnings matter or not. There's probably some earnings after the close here. Load from cloud earnings. So yeah, you got LEGN, BOWL, FEAM. Anything with a 0.75 there is coming in after the close. All right. I'm gonna leave this like that for now. Let's see, time of day. Ooh, that last half hour don't look so good. Other filters. See if there's anything with a 5-minute RSI in there. Intervals of 5. No, that doesn't really affect anything. I mean, we could cut it off below 55, but it doesn't really change anything down here, to be honest. It's only a few trades. What else? Let's see what else we can find here. What else? What else? Something else we can use. Well, the SPY got up around 390 for its close, so closed off the lows. That's any consolation. Let's look at that S&P filter again, now that I put it right. Interesting. So the better the S&P does, the worse this does. So set the max to let me set the max here. Well, this is where you get, you can get in trouble with curve fitting. But let's play with it. Let's see what happens here. Remember, we don't have any risk management going on this either. And yeah, pretty much the same thing going on here. Literally just dropped off a few trades. Didn't change the daily at all. Didn't change the daily at all. Let's take that back out again. Let's try this. Let's give it some risk management. Excuse me, just helping Andy really quick here. Let's run a back test. Let's throw some risk management in here. Let's enable a stop loss of, let's give it 4%. So we got some low price stocks coming in there. Remember, we're still holding for the balance of the day here. So if it doesn't get stopped out, we're holding the trade right into the close. And that doesn't make anything any better. Uh, I'd like to say yes. I'd like to say it's going to get more data. It should be the first thing it gets. I mean, it would be really fantastic if we could go back a year. I mean, that's what it needs more than anything else. Whoops. That's why that did nothing. Aside from that, I'm not sure what else we would add to it at this point there, Perfect Circle. But it could use more data, that's for sure. I mean, I think that's the most important thing. Having 3 months is so very little to test on, to be honest. So yeah, adding these risk parameters isn't helping us any here. Like I said, I'm trying to keep it simple with the filters. I don't want to go overboard because then I'll be curve fitting too much. So just changed a few things around here. Maybe an exit. Let's go with a 90-minute exit now. The logic behind the 90-minute exit is because the last 30 minutes of the S&P couldn't be down too much. I'm just making something up at this point, Perfect Circle. There's, not a ton of questions have been coming in over the last several days other than charts. So I just figured I'd do something with the software here and mess around. As I've said before, I've got ambitions like everybody else. If I can build something out that looks like it might be promising, and if something looks promising in the market that we've just been going through, then it might be promising in general. So that really cut down a lot of stuff there, but didn't really do anything great. Check out what happens. Make sure we're not too extended off that SMA. And the other thing I don't, I'm not trying to, micro scalp and things like that and compete with high frequency traders. Unfortunately, there's a lot of misconception that people think that those are good strategies to run automated. And I'm not saying that none of them can work, but they're unlikely, especially because a lot of people try to do strategies where it's, $1, $2, $3, $4 stocks and they're trying to put, 3 or 4% stops on things like that. And the problem is with that is that if you've got a $2 stop and you've got a 3 cent stop and the thing's got a 2 or 3 cent spread on it, well, you're getting auto stopped on the fill, right? So it's just not realistic. That doesn't look terrible. That actually looks kind of good, actually. That's not bad. Yeah, not bad at all. Interesting. Let's come back to the optimization here. Now let's check out time of day. Let's go 5-minute intervals. Interesting. Not much to do there. Price, not much to do there. So I'll break it down a little more. That's not too shabby now. So let's see. What did we change? I gave it some relative volume. I gave it, I don't want it too extended off that SMA. I gave it some risk management. Right. I'll run that again. How many trades did we get it down to now? You got to get less trades though. I don't want to see 1,000 trades in 3 months. I want it to be a couple trades a day max. I'm okay with it not trading for a day or two. So we got down to 2,300 trades. Got to get that more manageable here. But even at $3 in for a trade and a wiggle using the shares per commission, a wiggle like this, still not awful to be honest. But 100 trades a day, that's not going to fly as far as I'm concerned. Keep track of your trading. I don't have one, Scott. I'm sorry, I never used one. I journaled. I physically wrote everything down when I used to do it all the time. I don't do it as much as I used to. So sorry, I don't have something I can specifically recommend to you. Bull just reported earnings. Looks like the market liked it. Yeah, it looks like it's in an uptrend. It's a new issue stock, so it's making new all-time highs. So, well, not a bad looking chart. Good amount of trading it's done today. Yeah. Let's look into optimization. I'm gonna have to run in a minute here, folks. We got softball practice tonight. I want to see something by market cap. Am I blind? Oh, there's market cap. Yes, I am blind. I don't want to do it in 10. Do I want to do it in 10 million intervals? Yeah, I guess we could leave it there. Let's go with 50. It's just too much. Still really huge set of data to comb through here like this. Try 100 million. Yeah. Not really seeing anything here that stands out to me with market cap. Position 15-minute Bollinger Bands. And cut this out here. And cut some trades out too. Profit factor. Win rate. Yeah. Nah, there's not. No. What about 5? Yeah, I mean, I could cut 2 trades out there. Again, my fear is curve fitting. All right, last back test for fun, and then I gotta walk us out of here. I have no idea if they reported a loss. Not a clue. Whatever they reported, the market likes it for the last 20 minutes or so. So, nah, that didn't really help that scan at all. Not at all. So, all right, messing around with this here. I'll save it out with you folks here and share it. And then I got to skedaddle. Oops. Configure. Optimizing from the open and support web view. For fun, there we go. I'll save that to the cloud and share it all to folks. And if anybody wants it, it looks okay the way it is right now, but not for automation, obviously. But it's, not a bad window overall if someone's looking for an alert window. And of course, take it and make it your own. So, all right, folks, I've got to run for the day. Tomorrow, Friday, don't try to make up a week in a day, all those kinds of sayings and things like that. We get Andy at noon tomorrow. Barry, of course, will have this open at 9 in the morning Eastern time, and I'll be back here at 3:30 tomorrow. So, all right, thanks everybody. Appreciate all the questions, the comments, the interactions, and I hope you all have a great Thursday wherever you are on this spinning globe we call Earth. Thank you and take care.